Hello.
Good afternoon, Wooly. Good afternoon, everyone at home.
Hi.
How are you all today?
Well, they can't answer, but I can. Doing okay.
That's cool. So, I've said a lot of stupid shit in my life and on this podcast and out there. And a lot of people told me that I should not say something or that it was bad to say. And I have been told to not say racist things and to not use the hard R. But I swear to God, Karen, you will not stop me from saying Karen.
Now the question is, how does one not use a hard R with Karen?
I don't. Cowan.
Cowan is the one for
Oh
affection.
no, Cowan! Did you get a bad batch of eggs at the grocery store?
Cowan is the way. Yeah, that's how you do it. Indeed. Full-throated Karen is
Full-throated hard R Karen. That's right.
Full-throated hard R Karen is the new OK Boomer.
Yes. There's really something about these people, the boomers, anyone over 40, really. Just these minor passive-aggressive little jokes, right?
Fucking Karen.
Yeah. Losing their fucking mind. Just after... I feel like it's been 15 years of Time magazine saying that millennials are destroying the planet or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Like giant splash page of like some asshole behind a computer going, I can't believe these millennials and their avocado toasts are killing all the babies or whatever the fuck.
Millennials are standing in the Shinra building looking out as they destroy the planet and suck all the life from it.
But saying like, okay, Karen, you boomer, is like, that's a hate crime.
Yeah. Well,
I can't believe it.
Well, two important things. One, you're looking at people who, when you ever see the reaction in the old kids cartoon of the super rich kid getting smacked for the first time or getting beat and just having an absolute hissy fit because they've never experienced this feeling before.
I can't. You hit me.
Joffrey.
I can't believe you hit me.
Joffrey gets smacked in season 1. There's many other examples throughout, whether it's the fucking Richie Rich movie or whatever else, where you see the spoiled child going, what is this? My reality. It's a little bit of that, but
you're not allowed to hit me.
But that's happening.
They're always this tiny little British ponce.
That's happening later in life for these people. The second thing, and that's important, is that if we're going off of the specific thing that I retweeted, which is the post notification to millennials to stop using the K word, that is a single tweet account, and the level, the troll level is god tier. It's through the roof because it is clearly a fake account, and it is
I don't care.
And it is taking a real angry word and a real angry concept that has been flying around because we've seen the origins of this idea coming from real angry Karens online that don't like the idea of being put into a box because their ideas suck and their attitudes are shit.
I will say one thing, and I do feel genuinely bad for people whose first names become terms of derision.
Yes.
Because you can't escape that, and you may have nothing to do with it. That sucks.
Perhaps. But at the same time, there's something a little bit magical about the discovery that, like, okay, so fuck you, Karen. Originally, she's taken the kids. She's taken half my money. She's gone.
She's complaining at Walmart.
She's the worst, right? Fine. That's your little box over here, right? And then you have another thing where you have like choosing beggars, where it's like, you must give me your Xbox for free because I am a mother and my child deserves it. You must also give me the $400 that you were asking for because you don't know what it's like.
Swimming story so much.
It's the best. It's the best thing in the world, right? It's a level of entitlement that makes me so giddy because the person's reality is so it's such a farce. And so what we get there, right, is this level of choosing beggars, right? And then occasionally you get wrapped up into there's like the Reddit's like nice guys and nice girls, where there's just these awful people that are just like completely just undateable garbage in their attitudes. And what happens is you finally realize that some of these things are actually just different parts of the same Voltron. Yeah. These are different Zords connecting into a giant Megazord. And you go, oh my God, holy shit, the whole time we've been peeking at a choosing beggar, not realizing it's the same bitch that took the kids. Not realizing, that asking for the manager is also that same super horrible, undateable person. And all of this just fits into a great, perfect package that is, oh, you're Karen. You're Karen.
Willie, I have a good idea. I have a good idea for the stream, for the podcast, for both of our streams. What if we embodied the Karen lifestyle, got some good knee socks up here, up to our knees, right? And we just say, we're not going to start the podcast until we hit that sub donation amount. What do you even hear watching the podcast if you don't have $5 to sub? What are you doing? Shouldn't you be working?
I have.
What are you wasting your time for? You're like a blight on society.
I've got some socks that go up pretty high up my feet right now. I got some real big cozies. They're coming up at least to the thighs. At least they're big and they're thick and they're warm. So I'm halfway there. But
you know what my favorite part about that shit is?
Yeah.
Is that I am talking about that chick that got in trouble recently.
But you don't even know what you're saying, because what you're saying also literally is just low tier God.
That's exactly what I was getting to.
Like,
and I see people in the chat going like, "Oh no, that's low tier God." I'm like, I know.
Like, you started saying that, and it's like, oh no, that's just that's the other thing, But that was a gem of a clip where, hey man, really, what's a sub, right? At worst, it's $10.
Says to the universe, I'm not going to go to Evo or CEO unless you guys pay my way. And then Evo and CEO go, hold on, bro. We got you.
Yeah.
We got you. Don't worry about those donation goals. You're never going ever again.
Well, that clip with the that's like Karen in the making type ideals. That's not even, that's because you're not quite there yet. The Karen, the proto Karen, absolutely.
There's one that I saw earlier today, which was like a follow up from a different person. That was somebody saying, guys, I've had things on this Amazon wish list for like a month, and I still don't have them.
Hold on, that took a second.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
I put these things on there like weeks ago.
Hello.
Come on, what's going on?
Man.
I'd like to take this moment to say thank you to everybody who listens to this podcast, whether or not you do anything other than listen to the podcast.
Boy. Wow. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? It's that, like, there's nothing to stop you. Like, reality doesn't rush up to hit you in the face as often as one would hope in these situations, because a lot of these people are able to make it really far into their lives, right? They're able to get pretty far into the quest, and never, ever, ever realize how badly they've specced out. I
remember
it's kind of crazy.
People in my mid-20s that were still coasting on just superficial good looks and literally nothing else.
Yeah.
And all I could think of is, and I'm talking guys and gals as well, there's no preference here, And all I could think of is like, you better get a meal ticket fast. Because if you get to a certain point, hey bro, who's cool with your shirt off and and it's like, oh man, the hair and all that. There's gonna be a point where your bachelor lifestyle starts to fucking fold in on itself.
Oh, who, Johnny?
And die. Yeah, Johnny
with
exactly.
the open shirt and the chiseled abs. Yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, if you don't lock it down at a certain point, all that shit that's cool is going to be profoundly uncool.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fucking old, man.
Well, yeah. It is definitely such that, like, that is a likelihood, but there's also a very distinct and clear possibility of, one, you just got to land on your sugar daddy / sugar mama, right, to do the full-on hookups, at least until, they're tired of that. The other thing, of course, is just that, like, you can actually, obviously, as we know, we bring this up, I feel like, pretty often, but if you are just, like, shitty enough to most people who are attempting to be decent in life, you can get pretty far as well, right?
It's crazy.
Asking for the manager, there's a reason why that's the go-to response, right? It's because up until that point in time, it has worked. One might assume they have gotten what they wanted out of doing that, and in many cases, an employee that, well, let's say this was before the time of, like, having a cell phone recording of some shit, an employee would be like, ugh, this is not worth it, right? And here's the other thing, the old school manager coming out is probably of her generation and is probably going to chew me out for whatever the fuck she's angry at, and then she'll just have her way because the customer is always right.
So as somebody who had to deal with many Karens asking for the manager, there's a little sub piece of that, and that is that it has a cooldown on its effectiveness. No matter how open and caring your fucking manager is or whatever, to like, oh, the customer's always right. You do that every week, a month in, they're going to ask you to never come back ever, because there's only so many free pieces of shit you can give away before the person becomes a total net loss.
Well, it also becomes clear that you're angling and how you're angling. Like if someone comes in looking for a fight that no one is going to give them, then
I distinctly remember
it's a lot harder to get that fucking con going.
This old bitch came in and was doing her fucking birdseed racket, and like the instant it's like, you want to, okay, fine, we're gonna get the manager. And my manager, Lorraine, comes out and she looks at her and she's just like, get out.
Yeah.
Like, not even hello, not even what's the problem. Just leave.
So that's the bit, right? And so enough time has passed that, like, the new employee that is the Karen is attempting to steamroll. In many cases, that person has had a chance to possibly become the manager. So there is still a massive age gap between these people, and that person being like, yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, that's me. What's up? What do you want? Or worse, going in and being like, hey, yo, Rob, some lady out here wants to talk to you. And Rob comes out and goes, hey, what's up? And it's like, uh-oh, this is not going to work. Rob and the person I'm yelling at right now are pretty much on the exact same page. It ain't going to work out. But up until then, it must have, at the very least, worked out a couple times for it to be cemented in the playbook. And also, the power trip must be like cocaine. It must be like a high in that moment when you're like, yes, subservience to me.
So, as somebody who's seen it a million times, you would think, but they don't have the power trip. I think that's part of the problem, is that they're like, they win, and then they're just as mad that they won because they're like outraged that people would like deign to like confront them about it in the first place. And they carry the indignity of that out the store. And it reinforces it, like sets up how annoyed they're going to be at the beginning of the next interaction. It's awful. It's a fucking lose-lose for everyone. Even Karen loses.
And thus it makes sense that, you know, that level of indignation at, you know, the world not crumpling at their feet leads to the ultimate indignation, which is like everyone is now marginalizing me by calling me a Karen and saying that this is what I am and whatever. And it's like literally just like you are embodying it now, right? This is one final rage against the dying of the light, as there's been a joke that has been put on your head because you're a fucking asshole, and it's hitting you a little too real, because you know deep down that it's true.
It's funny because this used to be Karen just used to be soccer mom.
Yeah,
it's the same
did.
fucking term.
Yeah, it did.
But soccer mom never got him bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that is because the new batch of Karens are slightly more social media. Like they're on social media instead of literally not.
Yeah, so there's an archive of your insanity, and there's a history of your complete bullshit and nonsense, and it's very like you're not going to fade into an anonymity as easily, I suppose, you know. So, and at the end of the day, it's the same as OK Boomer, where it's just like it's just a ha, look at this idiot, you know. But yeah, that's kind of the problem. You are an archetype. It turns out there's a lot of people that are just as indignant as you, and you think that your world is the only one that matters. Your children are the only ones that matter. And everyone who has like been putting up with your shit for years now is fucking sick of it. And so we're calling you out. That's about it.
It's always my favorite thing. So I follow scrub quotes. I follow
God bless.
struggle tweets. I follow, you know, I follow a significant amount of accounts that are, we're going to blur out the person's name. We're going to put a little clown over their avatar. And we're just going to put their tweet up.
Public shaming accounts.
So it's an anonymous shame.
Public shaming accounts.
Everyone can have a laugh,
yeah.
But we're not telling anybody to go. And every now and then, somebody goes, or, you know, you see people do this like in personals, like, oh, I knew this guy, or a guy in my mentions, right? And 1 out of 10 times, somebody shows up and goes, you motherfucker, I can't believe you fucking put up my fucking tweet. And it's like, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, you were so safe.
Yeah.
You were so good and free.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I see for Karen. Because I see, as a white mother, I feel like this Karen thing is like, you are announcing to the world that this stereotype offends you because you're an asshole. Like it is built in, like Karen's horrible and racist.
I did not know I didn't know about struggle tweets. This is fucking wild.
Struggle tweets is a nightmare.
Oh, this is wild.
It's a nightmare every day.
Oh, I'm in there immediately. This is wild.
How do you not know about scroll down that shit?
I didn't know about this.
Cry.
I didn't know about this.
It's
okay.
Like today's is really bad.
Yeah. I didn't know about this. Okay.
It's about the struggle, man.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, that's in there.
Wooly, you after this podcast, you just go ahead and you scroll.
I mean, I've been there's Reddit cringe forums that you know, you can dive down, but there's some pretty good ones there. I didn't. Whew. If I knew that the last time I had sex was going to be the last time I had sex forever, I would have gone a little harder, I think. Damn, son. Well, anyway.
It's so sad.
Well, anyway.
I hate it.
Yeah, there really is something about that type of account. But here's the other thing too, right? And if I'm not mistaken, there was I forgot where, but I was listening to a podcast where someone was describing that like our brains are hardwired to like the public shaming kind of like phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
Because it's in the same way that people watched fucking lions get Christians get fed to the lions, in the same way that like the blood sports of South America would go down and sacrifices would happen and all these crazy things where like the group will come in and watch like someone who did something wrong be punished for it, and everyone's like, good, fuck that person, because we're all like, there's just a feeling of like, you know, like, gotta get you for doing the bad, and for you know, like that could have been me, I could have you could have taken from me or something like that. And
shame is an extraordinarily powerful motivator.
Yes, it is.
And it's also an even more powerful demotivator or deterrent.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. The mob mentality, the mob justice is deep rooted in us.
Reminds me of a bit in, ironically enough, World War Z, in which they're talking about like, okay, planet's fucked. We don't have time for jail. There's no time for jail, but we're not going to just start shooting people for stealing food. What do? Put them in the stocks for a day with a sign that says, I stole my neighbor's food. Problem solved. Now, of course, this superpowers people with have no shame.
Yes, there's that, I suppose. And it also gives into mass ignorance and fear and panic can lead to the worst things in the world. See the bad, angry mob of any story, you know, see the Beauty and the Beast, see literally anyone where there's pitchforks being held up while fire is burning in the background.
Hey man, Scarlet Letter's like 200 years old. That shit's on point forever.
Whereas Devilman Crybaby is like 1 or 2, 3, maybe it tops. I don't know, but either way, that's the bad. Don't mob that way. But anyway, I want to say that the accounts that like tap into that are giving you they're giving you the methadone version of it. You know what I mean? They're giving you the little here's someone that deserves this, and we're gonna spare their name. But just look at this complete ridiculous thought.
Look at this motherfucker. Look at this.
Look at this ridiculous thought right here. Can you believe someone had this thought and then typed it out and then pressed the button? They reread it back to themselves.
It's why one of my favorite memes ever is, I forget the guy's name, I'm very sorry, sir, but it's the audio of one of his videos, and it's, look at this dude. Look at the top of his head. And he just starts like wheeze, screaming, laughing, and you just put it over any photo of anyone you don't like, and it just kills you because it's like, look at this motherfucker, just look at him. Look at anyone, shame this person.
So, you know, fuck off with that, Karen. Fuck off with that. That's ridiculous.
Fuck off, Karen. Go to hell. Karens are probably losing their minds because they got to stay inside and they don't have anybody to yell at the Walmart.
Oh, well, they have all that more yelling to do online, though. There is infinite audience available at all times.
Yeah, but that audience doesn't want to hear it.
No, certainly not.
And they're not required to stand there and smile.
Yeah. You know, and then there's all the variants of, again, the same Voltron, as I described. Occasionally we'll get a power up in the form of Dragon Megazord. You know what I mean? Where you're like, oh shit, I didn't realize this combines too. It comes flying out of the sky and then like transforms and lands on top of the Megazord. And you're like, hold on a minute. Leopards Ate My Face is another one where it's just kind of like, it's just the idea of It came from the source of I can't believe leopards are eating my face, says woman who voted for the Leopards Ate My Face party.
I see.
And the idea basically being just like, I can't believe that karma is coming back around to bite me in the ass this hard, and I'm currently the person who is yelling about, you know, something that I specifically was all for and now it sucks that it's happening to me.
I'm waiting for the too dark to laugh at version of people screaming about how we need to reopen malls and shit, going out and inevitably getting sick.
Well, one of the leopard face eatings was a lady that was like basically yelling that this is all a lab creation that is not real, and we need to stop worrying about the lockdown and get out to church, and we need to pray, and just all this and all this other stuff, and calling people idiots, just this like ridiculously aggressive anger account. And it's like, yeah, that lady caught it and fucking died.
Yeah,
you know, and you're just like, what are you gonna?
It's a lot less funny when it ends in people dying.
No, but that's the hit. You know, shot chaser.
But it does this thing where it's like, I don't know. I've had this long-standing thing where you hear about like local man dies after shooting gas tank in what he thought would be a prank, right? And you look at it and you kind of smirk a little and you just shrug and you're like, how bad am I supposed to feel? How bad can I possibly feel?
What are you going to do? Stab me? Says stabbing victim.
Okay, see, that's great. That's the best ever. I assume that guy lived, but...
fuck that alligator. Last words of man jumping into alligator. Fucking
fuck those alligators. I don't give a shit. And he gets torn apart by
dives
alligators.
Into the alligator pit. You know? I mean...
There's only so much sympathy you could possibly give
for really
people who have what I would not say a lack of common sense. I would say that their personality is built on attacking the concept of common sense.
Well, that's the problem. At a certain point, I go that like it for me. It goes from a lack of common sense to like it's a miracle you've made it this far, and if this wasn't the scenario, it was going to be the next one.
So the one that always comes to mind, and I feel like it is the best ever in terms of some people were like, oh my God, what a tragedy. And I'm just like, man, I don't care. And you're dumb for caring too. It was those 3 stupid teenagers at the fucking San Diego Zoo who skipped school to spend their day throwing rocks at tigers in the tiger enclosure.
Oh, and then it super jumps out of the thing.
And then the tiger discovered that it can totally leap like 16 feet in the air off a little tree.
Yeah, turns out that tiger had been short hopping for pressure the whole time, like KOF style, and all he really needed to do was tap down up, and then like the little lines would come off the back and zzz, you know.
Yeah, and those kids got eaten and fucked up. I think they all died. I'm not sure, but. And people are like, oh my God, what a tragedy. It was, it's
you know when the camera pans upwards and the tiger's in the air and you're out of the screen, but there's a little arrow saying where you are?
Yeah.
That's what it was. And then the arrow was like, the kid's over here. And the kid was like, wait, what? I thought we were playing, a like Street Fighter 2. And it turns out this was Marvel. They're super jumping, apparently.
You're all aware that is essentially a monster built to kill you, right?
I think everyone's currently aware.
Yeah, like it's like, what do you?
Yeah.
If the answer to the question, "What are you fucking stupid?" is no, I'm dead.
Yeah.
There's only so bad you can feel.
There's a really rough one. Where these kids are playing with a poisonous snake.
Oh, sick!
And they're saying the thing that is like supposed to be the mnemonic to say this one's poisonous and this one's not. But
I know exactly what it is. It's a coral snake, and it's red on black, you're okay, Jack. Red on yellow, you're a dead fellow.
Yeah, but they were doing it wrong. Something about the way they were doing it was just super not right. And they're fucking with this thing, and then it bites the kid, and then he immediately starts panicking and going, I'm so scared. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is the worst. You fool. And you're like, and then like in the end, it seems the kid was fine, right? But like, it's these moments where you're just like, why would you even put yourself in this situation? You know, like it. And obviously, being younger, you're an idiot. You know what I mean? But like, dear God, like you, the moment where you realize I created this world, I came in and I laid the bricks and the mortar and I put the fucking, I put it all together and I sat in the house. And then it was like, oh, this is the house I built. Of course, this would happen here.
As somebody who is related to somebody who can't think more than 10 seconds in advance, there is an entire genre of people that cannot see 10 seconds into the future.
Genre.
Yes, it's a genre of
people. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just it's a flavor.
Profound lack of foresight. Profound. The genre of people is most easily seen in the bully who attempts to fight someone, loses, and their response is, how dare you?
Right.
How dare you kick my ass, you son of a bitch. I'm going to come back with my buddies and get you. And it's like,
yeah.
There's actually no progression of events. It is entirely based on the internal feelings.
Yeah, the fight videos where the bully gets fucking mopped and then, has to then reclaim some dignity and just kind of acts like I can't believe you've done this afterwards, kind of thing. Some cases, if the shit, like in some cases the bully's friend is like filming it and the bully's friend goes, you fool, you thought you could but you didn't, which adds a little layer onto it in the end. But like, yeah, there's more than a couple of those,
I wanna respond to a comment that I just saw, which I'm sure a lot of the audio listeners will appreciate either. Last week I said the tigers are just big cats, and this week I said the tigers are dangerous murder animals built to kill you. There is no contradiction here, as I'm holding a house cat right now. This is a tiny animal built to kill you, but it is too small to do so.
But he would.
The tiger is the same. It is just bigger. Mwah.
If they had the ability, it would.
Yes. I mean, shit, my hands are covered in slashes.
There you go.
He is too small. I'm too big. He cannot beat me.
And that's what's scary, I suppose, is the fact that it's like, that's still in there. And then sometimes it's love.
Oh, it's totally still in there.
And then sometimes it's not, but whatever, and at the end of the day, life goes on. But what you got in terms of these types of videos too is, I remember there's a great one of like, I think it's a dude on a bicycle or a skateboard. I forget the circumstances, but like some dude in a car like is yelling at him, some old man in a car is yelling at him, and then eventually the guy gets out of the car and starts running after the dude, but he clearly can't catch up, and the dude's filming as he's running away, and the old guy just trips and fucking eats shit on the sidewalk, and it's just like, why were you chasing someone violently, you idiot? Like, you get to see like that's the bully being corrected by the earth, as opposed to, the person getting picked on in that scenario.
I'm a big fan of car clips in which people try and tailgate people or cut people off and in so doing crash their cars. Just like, haha, I was gonna cut you off and I beat the red. I flipped my SUV. Fuck.
Yeah.
Get fucked, asshole.
No, it really is. Anyway, there's really that thing of like, it's the same energy of like when the thief gets caught, or like any other version of like, I clearly did the bad thing and then I have no escape, where the person just doesn't even know what kind of energy to put out anymore, because it's like, there's no like playbook for this. There's no playbook for getting out of this situation, and they're definitely not going to back down the escalation. So it's just a whole lot of yelling and anger and a whole lot of just, there's a whole lot of energy that's got to come out, but it's not going to lead to winning any harder. So, Here you get to rage and scream on the ground as like 3 people pin you down, or as like, again, you got your ass beat, but you couldn't, like, you're clearly not going to come back in for seconds after you realize it's not going to work.
Yeah. So this conversation has just awakened a thought in my mind in which I want to say, I want to give a big shout out, in case they happen to be listening. They're probably too old to understand a computer. To many of my professors and teachers and that I went through school with, because I just had a thought, which is, you ever see a video of kids fighting, and one kid's clearly the bully and he's been a little shit, right? Like 10-year-olds. I think back and I'm like, at least one teacher that I knew in my life saw that going on and thought to themselves, as I am thinking right now, yo, that kid's pretty small. I could just punch them so hard in the face. If I just fucking punch this kid in the face super hard, I would ruin them. They would bully no one ever again.
Oh, the winner.
Yeah, not the winner, just like the antagonist, like the bully. Like all the way up to like, I don't know, 14 or 15, like, just some shit kid.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's
yeah.
like,
sure.
As the teacher's watching, they go, okay, kids, let's split it up. Come on. It's not good. But I bet a couple of them were like, I could just fucking throw this kid out a window and just stomp him. It'd be so easy. And they didn't.
Right, because you can't.
But what if you did, though? That kid would bully no one ever.
I mean,
just bam, right in the face. Break this stupid little kid's nose. He grows up with like a nasally voice now.
Yeah, like it's got to be not unlike I don't know. Let's say a large football player in the NFL looking at a Pee-wee league and just thinking in their heads, "Oh man, if I could get out on that field." They'd see what's what. William Perry looking at a fucking Pee-wee league, just being like, just put me in for one play. I'll teach these kids what's what. AKA the refrigerator was his name.
That's an incredibly specific mental image.
Yeah, it definitely. But the other problem too, and of course, this is where like, the after school special goes to show you that, like, hey man, that bully, let's go follow him home and find out why he's a bully. Where did that come from? And it's like, oh, did it come from like shitty upbringing? Did it come from like the same thing being done to him? So that's how he interfaces.
Maybe, I feel like I have a fairly unique perspective on this, as I am somebody who I have a degree in psychology. You can think it or not. I'm a well-educated person. And I was also horribly, relentlessly bullied. And I can look back in time and I look at Corey and Matthew and Ryan and I go, oh yeah, those kids had it fucked up at home. You could tell. Like, you look back at the signs in the past and you're like, oh yeah, Matthew's dad was like a fucking asshole and probably didn't love him at all. And I'm pretty sure Corey's dad hit him or whatever.
Yep.
And I don't care.
Right.
I don't care. I don't think anything could ever make me care.
Right.
Ever. No one cares. No one. Fuck those kids.
At the end of the day, you make your decisions. At the end of the day, you choose what you do and you live by them one way or the other.
Pretty much.
But there definitely is, like, in many cases that sort of like, okay, well, this is how the dominoes fell into this place, and guess what? In every horrible person's case, you can see how those dominoes fell into place. But
usually
at some point, you pick a left, you hit a fork in the road. So
I gotta say, the after school special you're talking about of like you know, and it was very common. There were
Stranger
tons of them.
Things even does that.
Yeah, it's like the bully is actually, you know, his dad beats him, or his mom doesn't love him, or whatever the fuck. Those don't actually have as much basis in reality as you would expect. Some studies came out a little while ago that shows that bullies, contrary to the folk wisdom, usually have tons of confidence and a positive self-image. And that allows them to feel that they're better than people and just pick on kids. Like a bunch of, like the majority of bullies are just assholes in training.
For sure. I never would have assumed that they would be missing those things. If anything, I would assume that like they realize that like this is how you get what you want is by having these things.
Then they grow up to assholes who trade, you know, physical violence for economic intimidation, or, you know, workplace gossip, or, you know, whatever the fuck it happens to be. What I'm saying is that if a teacher catches a bully, they should have the right in their career. Every teacher gets one. They get one. Just one for free. And then we'll see how society shakes out in a couple of years.
Okay, but
we'll just see how it goes.
But how much damage is it allowed to do, though? What kind of numbers are we talking?
You get one. You get one.
But to what degree?
That's the end of the policy. One. You get one.
Because one can be like, you know, your best shot on a Monday, and one can be I'm sitting in my vehicle.
Okay, fine.
What is one?
You get one non-item based bodily action. Okay? Whatever that happens to be. It can be a push, a punch, a kick, a throw, a nudge, a trip, etc.
Here we go. Let's hit that fine print. A submission hold has no predetermined time.
It does.
A submission hold can be held.
It has a predetermined end.
It does. If you want there to be an end. The submission hold is so that you will submit. But if the person who's performing the hold does not care about your...
I can't hear it. What?
If the person really doesn't care about the tap.
It's really loud.
You understand? Yeah.
It's so loud. Oops.
You get one, and then the teacher presses all 4 buttons and goes into instant kill mode. Now what?
Well.
Now what? Are you sure you want to give him one?
Just have somebody walk up to the kid and tell them to block.
His tension gauge changed. Oh boy. Yeah. How was your week?
Yeah, it was all right. Pretty, in terms of podcast shit, fairly dull. I played a lot of Persona 5 Royal, which is good. I played a lot of FF7 Remake, which is good. I watched some Will and Grace with Paige. Paige maintains being an incredible cook. I thought about going back in time as my current self and just punching out a bunch of children.
Someone just said like, oh yeah, like, yeah, what about them glory kills? And it's just like the child is flashing orange and is all staggered. The bully is like, and it's like, if the teacher clicks the button, what happens right now?
The teacher uses their right leg to kick the kid's feet out from under them, and as they fall, they use their left arm to punch them down into the dirt.
It's not going to be
which
good.
Is the best glory killer from Doom 2016. What was I gonna say?
Done. Until it's done.
Until it's done. You know? Until it's done. It's over. Just keep this system up until society improves. You know what? You know how there's always a teacher shortage? You know, people don't pay teachers enough? Bet you there won't be no teacher shortage if we institute this new rule. You have people going through their career, 20 years, going, "Oh, I'm saving it." Billy Jimmy back a couple years ago. Oh, he was a real fuck. Oh, he could have been. Oh yeah. Oh no, but this one. Oh, this little piece of shit. I'm just waiting. And you know what? Having the kids live in fear because hey, you're gonna go to Mr. Johnson's class. Mr. Johnson hasn't cashed his in yet, right?
Class, we have a substitute teacher today.
You better behave.
Everyone say hi to Mr. Gracie. Hello, Mr. Gracie. Oh God,
hey, it's my first day of substitute teaching. I hold on. I need you all to be witnesses. I'm going to sign the wrongful death disclaimer. Okay, here we go. Done. All right. Let's learn about some math, fuckers.
Only one.
Until it's done. Oh, man. Kids are awful. A lot of kids are great, but the bad kids are worse than even the most unbelievable adults. You look at bad children and you go, "Oh, you would kill everyone in here if you could get a candy for it." You have no morals. You are an amoral, psycho little gremlin fucker.
Yeah, the fake rules of the world have not been installed yet.
Yes.
Basically, the fake rules of the world are the only things that are supposed to keep those people from doing that, and they're still in the process right now.
So yeah, they're still in the process of having that drilled in.
So in the meantime, you're just getting it raw, unfiltered,
So yeah, played Persona, played FF7. Hey, guess what? Those games are great. Watched Will and Grace with Paige. The new seasons are good. Thank God that show left for like a million years and came back, and it's just as good. It's like it never. It's like a Naruto-esque time skip. It's really bizarre. I can't think of any sitcoms that did that.
We'll talk about more FF7 at the end. We'll give a little spoiler cast part 2.
I don't even really have all that much to say other than it's good, and that the track "Do Recompense" is incredible. It's the song that plays in the passage when you fight the goons, Beck's badasses.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Dun, 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 that one, but it's been remixed into like a dance. Oh my God, it's fucking incredible.
Yeah. I mean, there's I have a couple of thoughts we could to throw at the end a little bit.
Yeah. Anything else? Nah, not really. Didn't have a whole lot going on. I'm going to be beating FF7 this week for sure. So and I assume you will too, because we're both the exact same.
We're at the exact same place. Yeah, give or take about a minute.
I was getting really worried because after a stream, not the last one, but the one before, I scrolled down and it's like, Wooly Wools is playing FF7 and Wooly earned these achievements and they were hidden achievements. And I'm like, shit.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
You're doing cleanup too, though, right?
Then, the game is clean.
Yeah, the game's clean.
So. The game is clean right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll I have a couple of thoughts. So we'll talk about that at the end a little bit. It'll be a bit shorter, but it'll be midway through the game spoiler cast.
There's one thing actually come to think of it that I want.
Yeah, there's a very clear one that I think is worth discussing, and then there's a couple of small ones. But right now this is end of chapter 14, beginning of chapter 15 cast. So that'll be at the end of the episode today.
All right.
To jump back to bullies for a second, because everybody loves that topic, something that came to mind is a great story by one Troy Kwan, who is one half of the members. Remember What Up Danger? The song from Spider-Man?
No.
From Spider-Verse. It's the song that plays when Miles is rising.
No.
Okay. Well, when Miles has his big moment, there's a really cool song that plays, and Black Caviar is the group behind it, and one half of that group is this dude who told a story about in his childhood, he basically he used to get picked on and beat up like constantly, like to like bloody nose levels by his bully and whatnot, and like his point of like fuck this, I can't take it anymore, was just exploding and like launching himself onto the kid and doing a ground and pound, right? But doing it with such panic and fear that he was snotty and crying as he was punching. and he went so hard that while he was on top of the guy crying, he shit his pants.
Yeah, I would never want to pick on that kid ever again.
He shit his pants while ground and pounding the bully, and crying and snotting up with extreme, just absolute, like everything's coming out. Everything's coming out of all sides.
Don't pick on that kid. You don't know what's going to happen.
That was the end of that. You can't return to that fight. That is that you completely de-aggro that situation, right? The limit break that is, I'm going to attack you, swing, and cry and scream and shit my pants on top of you as I punch you in anger and rage, and you don't want to go down that road anymore. And that was the end of his bullying.
You know, I'm coming to think of it, back in the day, back in grade 9 is when it started to taper off, which fuck, that was a while. But the reason why it started to taper off is somebody like trashed all my shit in a classroom. Like they stole my books from underneath my desk and like destroyed all of them. And I just like really calmly picked all of them up and just was like, yeah, no problem. You know, that kind of attitude. And then people became like afraid that I was going to come to school and stab someone because I wasn't like crying or getting angry.
Right.
And, that worked out. Just kept. I'm like, oh, if anything bad happens, just act like detached and apart, and people will be afraid that you'll stab them, and then they'll stop bugging you. And it totally worked.
I
did not stab anyone.
That's not the question. It's more so it's like, were they incorrect to assume this possibility? You know, yeah, it's definitely an instant reaction in like, oh, that's not what I expected to happen. What the fuck does that mean? You know, that's a good trick. That's a good trick. That'll land. Anyway, so. That being said, Ralph level 3 super desperation moves aside,
with shit,
with shit involved. Yes. For me again, yeah, mostly FF7. So you know, that talk comes at the end. But
all right, well, if you want to see me finish FF7 and play some P5R and maybe XCOM Chimera Squad this week, check out twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
I hear they're leaning into the snack.
Yeah. Did you see the interaction, friend of the podcast, Plague of Gripes, Eli had with like the designer of the characters in XCOM 2?
I did not. I'm just seeing memes that are saying, hey, looks like you won't have to sell out humanity for that jetpack because humanity joined the other side, and they're doing it for snack strip bars.
The guy who designed the snack in XCOM 2 went up on the Twitter and was like, you know, when I designed the snack, I had no idea that there were people who are out there into snack women. What a world. And our pal Eli just goes, which leads to, yeah, no one believes this dude. And he had a follow-up tweet. It's like, listen, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I didn't know. And everyone's like, no, you did.
When I designed Minerva Mink.
Yeah. I was just like, what's a good color? What's a good color offset for a white mink? Blonde, right? Okay. Minks are smooth, right? I got it. All right. Well, yeah.
I had no idea. Yeah.
A lot of people who don't know what Minerva Mink is. It's a Tiny Toons character that really, like, whereas, what do you call it? Whereas fucking Robin Hood lit the flame, this was like some gasoline on the fire.
And lest we forget,
Animaniacs, whatever, it's the same shit.
Yeah. And then, lest we forget, Osamu Tezuka and his secret drawer of sexy mice that he drew for himself. He drew himself some sexy furry mice, but only for him, though. No one else must see them.
You see that fucking stupid meme of I want to fuck a rabbit through time?
No.
And it goes Jessica Rabbit, then it goes Lola Bunny, then it goes that chick from Zootopia.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, what the fuck happened? It's like, you know what happened. You know what happened.
Yeah. So. Yep. So what I was going to say is, so all that went down this week, and besides FF7 remake, Guilty Gear Strive CBT.
Mm-hmm.
Big CBT.
I got into that CBT, and then I looked online and saw people screaming that the lobby was so terrible they had been trying for hours to get a match, and then decided not to even bother.
So it turns out there's a trick to getting a match.
That's stupid what you just said.
Yep.
You're not stupid for saying it.
Yeah.
But it's stupid that you did.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It sucks, man, that like the fucking it sucks that like we're currently that we're in a world where like the lobby system we have in this game is completely failing, and the one that we had before this was fine. It worked fine just sitting at the cabinets in Exert.
I've used a lot of lobbies in Arc System Work games, and they're all too much, but most of them work pretty well.
So there's menu searching, right? At the end of the day, you can still use the menus to find a match and then just hit join or search or whatever, and it's just a list of names. But like for everything else, if you want to, there is the lobby system where you walk up to a cabinet, sit at it, and then someone else approaches, and then it's very clear that you're about to engage in a game. You just have to wait to ready up. And the cabinet system was then brought into Grand Blue, so it works there as well. And in Dragon Ball FighterZ, they did this ring thing where a person has to walk to a random area of the lobby and create a ring, and then you walk into it, and then that kind of becomes a lobby. But it's not as clear and as concise as like sitting at a cabinet, you know? And even like the visual information of showing like, hey, this is who I'm going to be matched up with is lost when you take it to this ring system, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
Now you take it to what Strive has, and what Strive has is
side-scrolling piece of shit,
Maniac Mansion style little sprites that it's like you can dress them up, and the idea visually, sure, that it's cute. You can do that style. There's nothing wrong with that. But taking away the cabinets was a bad idea, because now you have to pull your sword out to show that you're readied up to fight, and then you have to walk to someone else who has their sword out, and then you have to kind of stand at a distance from each other and like let it automatically start trying to matchmake you. But while you do that, other people walking by might start matchmaking as well, and then you're not sure who you're matching with. And in a whole bunch of cases, you end up searching for and then failing to connect to many people that are all standing in a crowd because you can't tell who you're trying to face. It is like you took a vision.
What's wrong with setting up a list of lobbies and then clicking on the lobby and then going in the lobby and then readying up in the lobby?
Absolutely nothing. It worked in Exert.
What is wrong with that? I'm talking about like Street Fighter fucking 4.
Yeah.
Or any of that type of lobby where it's literally just a list of, hey, how many people are in this fucking room? 6? Okay, I'll join. I'll be 7th. I'll wait for my turn.
Look, I'm not.
It's so stupid.
I'm not hating on the visual lobby idea. I think that can work fine because we've seen it work, right? Like the idea of just having a little cute avatar walk around. You know, Blaze Blue in Cross Tag, they have it. Like it's the same thing where you just like, yeah, you have a little virtual world to do little cute interactions and dress up your guy and stuff like that. That's fine. I have no problem with that. I like that. I think that should stick. That should stay. It's just when it comes down to the core mechanic of the matchmaking, you can't let this design make it harder to get into a match. It has to be as easy as it always was, if not easier, while also introducing this fun little extra bit.
I'm going to hold up my keyboard to the microphone, and I want to use an example here. Here's how easy it should be to get into a fighting game match. That was me slapping the space bar.
Quick fight.
That's it.
Yeah, quick match.
That's it.
Should be. So all this to say that like that didn't work, and all this is, I think going hand in hand with the stuff we heard about. Rollback will exist in the final version, but this was the delay based code that they initially had for this demo. So, I think we're gonna probably see, at least in terms of the matches, we're in for a better online experience. But in general, this design idea needs to change. It's not working out. That was a mess. It turns out the trick to getting a match is to sheath your sword, walk up to someone who's already has their sword out, and then directly challenge them.
This is so stupid.
So you have to walk up to a person, press a button to pull up their profile menu, and then issue a challenge that way. And if you issue a challenge that way, you have a much more consistent rate of getting a match.
I don't know what's going on with Exerd, because the game looks incredible, but everything about its interface and like menu system, it looks like a trash fire.
You mean Strive?
I do mean Strive.
So the UI,
I don't know what's going on.
So the UI and the menus have changed. Not enough. They've changed.
Total overhaul. Needs a total redo.
It's like we are so close. Like the game is gorgeous in action. It is like, it stop you in your tracks beautiful, but it's just right now like packaged in this idea that is failing to communicate points. And I mean, like,
it's got a bad life bar, for fuck's sake.
It's got a bad life bar. It's got a bad everything. Everything about the UI is just not succeeding, and the change up, like, when we were kind of told that it was like, hey, this is all temp, it's all a bit of a work in progress. The hope was that we would see, if I saw a change that was drastically different but also bad, I would be like, well, they're willing to go from A to fucking Q. You know what I mean? So, okay, they're willing to shoot in a bunch of different directions and see how this lands. But they didn't change it that much from what it was the first time we took a look at it, which means that it feels like they're kind of sticking with it for now. And I really don't think they should.
I don't get it. This is the same company that put out Persona 4 Arena Ultimax.
Yeah.
That has the coolest,
sickest HUD,
most consistent fighting game interface that's ever existed. Did they fucking forget?
Not, and also like the weirdness of like, not having a rematch button when the system itself was like not working that great. It's like, fuck, that could have alleviated a lot of pain. But
do they not have a rematch button again?
No, there's no rematch button. So,
what is going on?
So, like this online feature, I don't know how quickly it was put together. I don't know how fast this online system was built, but yeah, it's just it's a bad system. The coolest thing it has going for it is that the tower of skill that you make your way through has a bunch of
that's cool.
Has a bunch of album names as the song and album names as the different floors, But beyond making your way through this giant Tartarus of skill, it's like, yeah, man, that's failing. And then the game itself has this menu system that's still too bright, too clean, not enough grit, not enough gear, not enough
needs to be filthy,
not enough rock and roll, not enough metal, not enough anything that should be a part of what this game is about and what part of why we love it. So like I really hope that we see really drastic changes after this, but it feels like the changes we've seen based on the feedback have been minor for this build, and people want like a full 180 in some cases. Uh, that being said, you get to the gameplay, and I'm still having a ton of fun with it. Still really enjoying what's going down. Damage is still an issue that needs to be addressed. There's some ridiculous tweets that you can go watch of people getting like almost touch of death or touch like that. Just need to like that. That's
the Potemkin breakdown video is hilarious.
Watching Potemkin do a pot buster and then reset it to a chip and then resetting him into a heavenly, and you're like, oh yeah, well, you made 2 bad guesses. That's the end of you.
Everyone, you're playing Makoto in Third Strike every match.
But there's some really, really cool shit happening with like Faust now is just this zombie that
he's
creaks
cool.
and has like the creepiness on his bag face is like the bag itself is giving off an ominous energy because it has like some weird markings beneath the eye.
He's got like an evil red eye coming in.
Yeah, and he doesn't speak. He just creaks and cracks and pulls shit out of his face and vores you.
I wonder what happened to Faust.
Dr. Baldhead,
bad guy.
Dr. Baldhead is fucking dead, man. He's gone.
Yeah, Dr. Baldhead's dead, and then Dr. Baldhead pretending to be Faust
is also
gone.
dead.
And now Faust is dead, and now who the fuck? Like, what is this?
What are you? He's got a really fun move in the form of the afro. Now when he gives you an afro, it makes a giant one that you can actually use to hit the character easier. So you can do afro specific combos on characters or light the afro on fire. The afro state extends your hitbox to be chunky. And in fighting games, when you have a bigger character or like a bigger hitbox, it means that there's certain combos and certain things that will be much easier to do to you than it would be to like a small character.
Fucking goofball, man.
It's great. Really fun stuff with that. Just everything outside of that, everything outside of what's happening in the game and the damage that's happening in the game as well. We just need to put it back in the oven, guys. Please. It's so close to being like the fucking sickest shit ever.
Well, luckily, there has never been a better time to delay everything than right now.
So yeah, but
there are cats and squirrels going fucking crazy outside my fucking window. Huh.
They also fixed the issue with the drift RC where you couldn't do it without the button dash before. Now you can tap forward, Roman cancel, and then you will move in the direction of forward or whatever direction you tap before you hit the button. You can do it on the stick now. So that's like, okay, it's in there. You don't have to map this extra button. So that's great. Basically, the problem with the early version of the game I was describing has there was a new system in place where if you look at any Guilty Gear Strive footage, you'll see some moments where the screen goes dark and it looks like the character is kind of like they're canceling whatever move, and you see that like an after image, like a ghost image behind them, and they're sliding in a direction, right? So you'll see like Soul will start to do like an uppercut, and then he'll like slide forward with like a ghost after image and then close the distance and keep doing a different combo. It's a cool new system that looks really, really fancy, and like in order to do it in the past, you had to map an extra button onto your controls because it required you to input that extra button plus your normal like cancel input. And so now they fixed that so that you don't have to use that extra button. That's basically the layman's explanation of what's happening there. And yeah, and so that's good that got fixed. But there's still a couple of other things we need to address with this game. Music is fucking rad. We got a new song.
Of course it is. We
got a new song.
The most positive thing that I've seen out of the beta is people ripping the soundtrack going, oh my God.
Faust has a stage that's awesome. It's a bunch of flying Buddha ships. Just statues are like these, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's like take a Kuma stage in in 4 or like any of those like temple stages in a fighting game, but imagine the giant Buddha statues are like flying in the sky. It's crazy. It's awesome. It's beautiful. You know, and I'm still always in on mankind knew that they cannot change society. You know, like that thing is just hitting so hard every time. One of the best is Soul versus Faust, in that is like you got the whole so they blame the beasts bit, and then Faust drags himself up, creaks his hand, and just points at Soul, and Soul just goes, "That's heavy." Round 1, you know, like heaven or hell, duel, yeah, let's rock. It's just like fucking sick. I'm like, yeah, that all works out. Like everything on that level of the game is
man, I just love those characters.
Amazingly.
They're great.
They really are. They really are. I really hope they you know, they swerve on this, because there's so much cool shit happening, and it would be such a shame for these easy. The hard part is making the game look that good.
Yeah.
The easy part is making a life bar that doesn't suck. It would be such a shame to fucking trip over that, or the online.
Here's hoping they keep striving forward.
Strive for CBT.
There we go.
Get the cage out. You know about the cage.
I don't. Wait, no, I do.
Yep, there you go. There you go.
Nah, I'm good.
You thought you were good.
Nope.
Don't knock it till you tried it.
Hey, Wooly, did you play any like online games where you'd have a team with you lately?
Not lately, no. I haven't played any online games really.
The reason I ask is because I was talking with some friends of mine who play 14, and they also play some League of Legends and stuff like that, and they have described a new term going around, invented by a friend of mine, which is the quarantine boomer. If you run Duty Finder in 14, people are shit right now, man.
Oh, situation's bad.
People are trash right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Apparently, it's the best time to ever get into League of Legends, because everyone is terrible. Because everyone who doesn't actually play these games regularly is fucking bored and playing them.
Yep.
Like, it is so much worse than usual.
I am finding a lot of like in that I can relate to that, because I am finding a lot of steamroll matches in Teppen right now.
Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet.
Teppen matches are complete jokes until they're not. Because my current ranking is 928, so I'm for the most part being matched with, you know, like pretty fucking serious contenders. But every once in a while, when it's like, hey, there's no one else around, you're gonna fight someone in like B1 or something, and it's just like, oh boy, you don't know what's going on in this game yet. You know, It is
this, like, it's one of two things. It's either there's this mass influx of new people like never before. And in games like an MMO, where you have to be a certain level, it's people who got to cap, dropped it for like a year, right?
At the same time.
And then it's like, well, what? I'll resub. I'm gonna go whatever.
At the same time, it's also bringing out like the worst in like games that are not rollback. For example, Grand Blue has become a fucking Wi-Fi fest for a lot of people. And it fucking sucks. Reggie, who got a copy, is like, dude, I tried playing, I couldn't get any decent matches going, and like at some point I tried connecting to my friend who was also in Montreal, and we couldn't get a decent match going. Like it's just the worst, you know, like it's a bad system, and it has now bad people connecting to a bad system.
Have you seen the tweet that I retweeted a little while ago that was Wi-Fi players are absolutely the people in that zombie movie who would hide the fact that they have a zombie bite? And it is this increasing thing of people running these fucking, it's usually Smash
online tournaments where
online tournaments,
when you have a problem running your set, you're allowed to request a integrity check. You're allowed to request an integrity check so that the person you fought against, you can prove that they're not on a fucking Wi-Fi connection or some shit, right?
And then it's like time after time, it's both dudes going, "Yo, this guy's got what? I mean, I have a wired connection.
Can I'm
problem."
Yeah, it's the you know, we talked about the fucking ref camera button in the NFL where it's like you can call it, spend a timeout, make the ref go review the footage. You give that power to the player, so now someone is like, if I can use this to not if I can lie and not get the fuck not lose, then I'll do it. So both players are like, I'm requesting a picture from that guy's setup to make sure that you know, he's on a Wi-Fi because the connection was terrible, and
it always breaks down to the turning point, and the turning point is the TO, whoever it is, to say, well, there's only one way to solve this. You take your phone and take a fucking photo of your Ethernet adapter or whatever with like your username next to it. So you can't just go get some generic photo
and send it to me right now.
Always breaks down. It's like, okay, well, I lied. I'm using Wi-Fi, but I haven't had a single problem.
I haven't had a problem up until now.
It's that guy's fault, and it's like,
and then the other guy is like, yeah, okay, so I kind of made up that shit earlier about my own connection, but his thing was shitty, and you're like, they both lied to say that they had a wired connection when they were both on Wi-Fi, and they both requested an integrity check of each other, and now they're both disqualified.
If you're gonna, hey, a little piece of advice from somebody who's never TO'd anything in their life. If you're gonna run an online tournament, which there's plenty of time to do that now, part of the sign-up process is take a fucking photo of your Ethernet connection. Maintain the integrity of the fucking thing.
Yeah, but also don't just say username in the photo with a picture. Also tell them to go get an orange, or tell them to go get, you know what I mean, or something. You need a unique
like a toilet brush.
You need a unique qualifier, a unique aspect, so that it's not a faked or whatever preset
peace sign in the thing, you know, whatever.
Literally, like, how about this? Like, and if you like, or just show your controller with you holding down the square button, you know, like whatever the fuck, or your pad, your stick, some weird shit, but just something to make it clearly you, and then you go, oh yeah, there you go, there it is, you're wired in, you know.
It's extra bad with Smash, but that's because like the Ethernet adapter is separate. It's a separate purchase, which sucks. But I guess I understand with the Switch because it's got the. I mean, I don't even know where the Ethernet cable will go.
Once again, I'm going to take the opportunity to tell people about a Powerline adapter, which is a something you can buy, which. You know what, mine, it's whatever. I have one over there, but it's literally you plug your modems, you have your modem in the wall, and you go from your modem to your router, or both if it's the same device, whatever. Ethernet into the Powerline adapter. Powerline adapter plugs into your outlet of your wall, and then somewhere else in your house, it has a receiver.
I have no idea how that works. That seems nonsensical to me, but
it uses the circuit. It uses.
I know, but I don't know how power works. So.
Well, the same things that are being sent through the wire, it's just temporarily turning them into your house's electricity circuit.
That's crazy.
And then it's switching it back to an Ethernet cable that goes into your console and gives you better than Wi-Fi.
Hey, I got a what looks like a very reasonable compromise from the chat, which is unfortunate because it's not. Somebody asks, what about just requesting a speed test? Speed tests often don't account for packet loss or line jitter, which is the problem with Wi-Fi. The problem with Wi-Fi isn't the speed, it's the reliability. And a speed test is often not going to show you that.
And to clarify, for those who missed the first time we talked about power line adapters a couple podcasts ago, does it work well? It works better than Wi-Fi, significantly. Does it work better than a direct plug? No. A direct Ethernet plug into your console is the best connection you can get. And it's not going to be better than that, but it will be leaps and bounds better than just going on your Wi-Fi.
So the bummer with Wi-Fi, right, is because like on optimal conditions, yeah, it should be totally reliable. However, optimal conditions assumes that it's in an area with no walls or ceilings, and it's the only Wi-Fi signal within 100 feet, right? I have, I think, 10 Wi-Fi signals inside me right now from my neighbors,
probably
from people even across the street. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, and if you live in an apartment building, you remember my old place? I could get 40 Wi-Fis in my apartment. If you walked more than a couple feet away from that fucking router, gone.
Jenny's Wi-Fi is inside of you right now.
Hey, Jenny, what up?
It's on 2.4 gigahertz.
Nah, I want that 5.
You need that 5.
Need that 5.
Yeah. Well, in any case, yeah. So that's your solution right there. And the most important part, of course, is that yes, it is more consistent. So you're not going to get packet drops in the way that you do when your fucking Wi-Fi is in and out and in and out and in and out. You know, it's a consistency of packet delivery. So look into that shit. You should be able to grab one easily. But anyway. Yeah, so that's happening right now. There's a lot of low quality players online in games, and I suppose I'll find out shortly because the end of next week, well, in a couple days, they're putting out the Ninjala online demo. So I'm gonna take a peep at that. We'll talk about that in a second, though.
It's great for versus games. It's terrible for co-op ones.
Yeah. No, I'm really dodging all of those. I'm dodging every co-op experience right now. I
had a buddy of mine who was running like a duty roulette, which is like a, daily in 14. Like had to abandon the duty after like 45 minutes twice. Tried to run it twice during the day because people couldn't beat like the regular story required version of a boss that came out like a year ago. And it's like, that boss wasn't hard the day it came out. How are you failing at it now? Oh, it's because people who were playing a year ago on the expansion launched, they're the people who like to play the game. That's why they're playing it on expansion launch.
Well, if you want a silver lining it,
for those who want to know, it was Titania.
If you want the silver lining here, play competitive games right now and watch your fucking stonks go up.
Yeah.
You want to rank
Huge
up?
Stonks.
You want to rank up? Play competitive games right now.
Right now. League also, is probably going to... I should dive back into League just a little bit because like League is both of these things. It's like, oh my God, my team is so bad. But the other team is also so bad.
You know what's rad too is the nature of life right now is such that Killer Instinct, Skullgirls,
oh yeah,
them's fighting herds, these games are absolutely getting tons of play right now because they fucking work.
That's great.
It's like when push comes to shove, if you didn't want to listen, if you didn't want to do the work, then fine, don't do it. People that are trying to play the games that fucking refuse to run with rollback are now hitting that wall and going, fuck this sucks. I can't deal with this shit.
I can't.
And they're jumping online and going, what is everyone playing right now? Because these games don't fucking work. And people are like, yo, jump on that KI, bro. And everyone's like, oh, word? And now KI has a resurgence because it works. It fucking works.
It just works.
You know? Skullgirls, it's like, yeah, you can play online now, no problems. And it's just the situation has been, you know, like it thins the herd out where you're like, at the end of the day, what do you need here? You need a game that'll fucking work, man. And when it's not a luxury, when it's not a luxury but a necessity, when you can't go to locals anymore, you got to face facts. It's like this is also what we need.
It's very depressing because it shows just how many people buy fighting games, play them a little bit online, and immediately go, this is too terrible, I'm not going to play it online, and essentially never play it again. Because the shit's so bad. Right? Like, let's say, I don't know, pull the numbers out of my ass. So 1 million people bought DBFZ, right?
Yep.
How many people actually play that fucking game online? Like 50K?
Probably.
How many tried to play it online? Was it half of all players? More?
And I mean, that's generous too.
Right? But like, you know, like, it's like how many people just had 3 or 4 matches and they were trash.
Yeah.
Or they took like 10 minutes to get a single match. And then it was lagging all over. And we're just like, yeah, I'm not playing this. Fuck that. I'm gonna play something else.
It's a fun killer. It's an excitement killer. You know, you're like, fuck this. I don't want to deal with this struggle. When you get one match per 10 minutes, you know, it's like that. You really want to sit there and fucking, you know, fight. And it just like, yeah, it's a situation like now that just it forces these problems to the forefront, and every developer that refused to go with rollback for the last 10 years is now confronted with the fact that they didn't do so, you know. And the few games that do are like able to fucking flourish because people are like, these are the few that work, you know. It's yeah, it is a blessing and an immense point of frustration because, like, the idea of it's just the idea, like me and Reggie were just having, we just had like a fucking we just had this exhausting, like, the first thing the game needs to do is just work, man. And when you treat this as the afterthought, you know, it yeah, people
Man,
will...
this is a beautiful car, drives great, but it occasionally stalls if you go over 55 kilometers an hour.
If someone goes, I'm returning this, I'm getting my money back, I'm like, yeah, I can't even begin to blame you. I can't even begin to blame you if you're like, fuck this experience, you know? Especially if you're doing your part and your setup is good and you have a wired connection, you know, and you still are just getting garbage. Like, I have nothing to say except, yeah, it sucks that they're not thinking about this in the way that they do because the game itself is still good, but they have these fucking problems.
I'm in a really weird spot in which I have the fastest internet you can like get as a consumer in my country, which is gigabit fiber, which is good. It's really good, right? I live in a central metropolitan hub, which is the largest city in my province. It is close geographically to Toronto and New York, both other hubs. So if I hop on and your fucking shit runs like shit, how the fuck is anyone else going to play it? You know? Anybody with Wi-Fi or anybody out in the country or anybody out in fucking Boise, Idaho, or wherever the fuck, you know, no people live, but people tell you they live there.
Boise?
Boise? Is it Boise? I don't fucking know. That's not a real place.
That's another place.
But it's not real. But you know, like how the fuck is Big Jim down in Louisiana on the houseboat? How the fuck is he gonna fucking play fighting games?
Get into fighting games if they will allow you to.
Pretty much. I'll mess with Big Jim if I want. Fuck you people. Dude, fighting games suck ass.
No.
Dude, fighting games are terrible.
No.
I love fighting games.
Their online is trash.
I feel bad all the time that I think about fighting games.
Their online is trash. I'm not gonna give you the thing you look for every time, which is the reason to be like, fuck these, because you haven't touched them. I'm not gonna give you that.
No, that's because I'm trash and I'm lazy.
I know, because you keep looking for the justifier of like, I'm out. I'm out, and I need a reason. I need a reason to feel good about being out. I'm not going to give you that satisfaction.
But like we don't like what I'm saying is like we don't talk about this about RPGs. Like how come every RPG comes out doesn't have the ability to save your game?
Of course, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It's fucking
And hey,
why is this one?
Now here's I would love to find out what, if any, other hyper-specific genres and their followings are just like running into these quality of life issues that are that are not quality of life, but like actually fucking red line mandatory. What is the problem with
hear from like the train simulator gang?
What's happening with rhythm games right now? What's happening with rhythm games? And what is the one thing that an amazing game did that no other rhythm game is doing? And you're like, what the fuck? Why aren't you doing that? You know? Is it like not having a screen lag compensator?
Yeah.
You know, and not having a calibrator, because I remember Guitar Hero had a calibrator because back then there was still like DLP TVs, but then Crypt of the Necrodancer has a calibrator as well.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, what is that? Is that what it is? What's the feature? What's
going on with flight simulators where they're like, I can't fucking believe they haven't updated the track IR servers for any of these drivers for these things in like 12 years. I'm still having to use busted old track IR servers. Like, drivers, fuck, not servers. What, you know, like just whatever.
Are digital card games using really low resolution JPEGs?
You know what I do know? It's shooters that come out and it's like, why do I have to go into the any file to turn off fucking mouse acceleration? Sure. Like, why? Fucking why?
Is there anything worse than a game that like just doesn't have enough options? It's so frustrating when you go to the options and it's like sound volume, save load, controls.
Yeah, there was a game I played. I want to say in the past couple months where I went to options and it was like the sound and that was it. And I was like, what?
Meanwhile, you load up Doom. You load up Sonic Robo Blast and 2 and you see more options than you ever need. Like down to
Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
That's what it is. The options menu is, do you want to connect to your online account? Yes or no. And that's it. It's literally the only option.
Man. Like there's a like options are not like if you have a design philosophy that's like keep things simple so that we don't overwhelm the user, giving people the choice to like minimize game volume or voice volume or sound effects or master is not an overwhelming thing. It allows you to customize your experience to your comfort. Options,
I like the options.
Are not optional. Options are not optional. I like that. Options should not be optional. Absolutely.
The more it has been a near universal thing where the more like when I start a game and I go into the options and if I see like multiple pages more than I expected, to me that gives an incredibly good first impression and makes me go, oh, the people who made this care.
They care.
And they really care about their game being really high quality.
Thank you. Yes. That's what it is. You get a feeling that the people actually thought about all of these little things and they exist anyway. These are little toggles that the developers have, and they're giving you the ability to turn them on or off or change them to what you will because they care about these little things. You know, in World of Horror, like the little color filters, 2D and 3D, like
so many.
You know what I mean? And then what is it, like 8-bit and whatever, like I forget what the
1-bit and 2-bit.
1-bit and 2-bit, like it's just a sign that it's like, yeah, man, we care about these little things. You know, we put the work in, we love it this much, and we hope that you notice and care about these little details too. And it doesn't, like, and I'm not even talking, I know you are by default going into like PC advanced settings, you know, to talk about a lot of that stuff.
I'm a world of that shit.
And I'm like, I'm not even going there. Like that is definitely has to be there for computers because there's so many different variable.
Have you seen like the graphics options in the Resident Evil 2 games?
No.
Resident Evil 2 and 3. The graphics options, when you go into them, they have every single graphics option, and there are a lot that you could toggle. They have a screenshot next to the toggle that shows you what it changes, and it tells you how much video RAM on a bar it's using when you turn it up.
Bam.
So when you go down to shadow quality and then you go from low to medium to high, there's a screenshot that shows you what the shadows are going to look like zoomed in on low, medium, and high. And as you click it up, the little bar of your total video memory goes up.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Wow. That's sick. That's really sick. Yo, how about the subtitle option in FF7R that's like, hey, do you want to know who is saying that subtitle right now or that closed caption? We can turn off the name of the person who's speaking just in case the name itself gives something away that you don't want. Mm-hmm. Just in case you don't want to see.
They do use question marks or just whatever.
Yeah. Or do you want closed captioning, or do you want subtitles on in Black Mesa as well, where it's like you can fucking, you know, literally specify, do you want the sound effects described to you or not?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Anyway. Yeah, that is a point where it really begs the question of like, do you just care this little, or did you just look at this and say, you know what, not enough time, doesn't matter, just play the game, we want you to play it, we want you to have one experience with it, and we hope that it this is all you get. If your PC game doesn't allow borderless full screen, why? Why do I have to go open up a third-party program to turn that on?
Now, granted, in some cases, it's because Vulkan is a way better API and it works better in full screen, so I get it, whatever. But for anything that uses not that, I don't want full screen. I don't want non-borderless window to even exist. Load the game up in full screen, have my monitors go fucking crazy.
Resolution refreshes, and then everything breaks. Everything breaks on the refresh, bro. Every time. Yeah. I mean, listen, I will never forget that, like, the one that like even when it comes to consoles, the fact that Xbox doesn't do resolution refreshes and PlayStation does just made recording that much easier.
Yeah,
you can turn on an Xbox and start recording immediately, and you don't have to worry about it ever. And
every time the PS3 goes from the main menu to
into its game
that has different
whatever,
resolution, it completely breaks the recording every single time.
Fucking trash, man. Anyway, yeah, so annoying.
Every single fucking time.
All right. Well, anyway, let's take a quick word from our sponsors, and then let's talk about what's going on this week.
All right. Be right back. I'm going to get some orange juice.
While you do that, I'll let the people know that this week the podcast is sponsored by Honey. So speaking of sweet things like orange juice, yeah. What is Honey? Honey is basically a free online shopping tool that saves you money online. It finds promo codes and applies them to your cart. And it makes it really easy to, save money on a number of favorite sites like Target, Best Buy, Sephora, Macy's, eBay, Etsy, Walmart, etc. It's simple. You don't have to deal with all the trouble that comes with finding coupon codes that actually work. Honey will just grab them for you. So when you're at the checkout of multiple sites that you're shopping at, the little drop-down box has a little button that says apply coupons. It scans every promo code available, and you watch the prices drop right before you buy whatever you're looking to grab. It's just that simple. They've got over 18 million members. Over $2 billion in savings have been doled out so far. It supports over 30,000 stores online, and they're adding more every day. And it's got over 100,000 5-star rating reviews on the Google Chrome store. So it's just that simple. Not using Honey is literally passing up free money. It's free to use. It installs in just 2 clicks. You can get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. There you go.
Thanks, Honey.
Thanks, Honey. Sounds weirdly intimate when you put it that way.
Oh, yes.
Or not weirdly. And this week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Raccoon.
Hey, Raccoon. What's up?
Well, I'll tell you what's up. The Raccoon earbuds, you know, we've already talked about them, already let the people know that they are the premium wireless earbuds that are half the price of the more expensive ones out there. They sound just as amazing as other top audio brands that you know. And Raycon's got their newest model, the Everyday E25 earbuds, are the best ones yet. 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, more compact design, gives you a nice noise-isolating fit. And they're comfortable, perfect for conference calls, binging podcasts, whatever you want to do. Personally, I'm gonna tell you right now that pretty much the entire quarantine has been spent with my lady rocking the Raycons, listening to podcasts, taking calls, and doing, you know, day-to-day business, and like even like going to sleep with them, listening to a podcast or just something soothing and whatnot. And it's rare that I can go like, hey, and like not have her go like, oh, hold on a minute, and then tap the little pause button and be like, hey, what's up? So I know that she's making much use out of them and thoroughly enjoying the snug fit. So yeah, they're stylish and discreet. No dangling wires, no stems to distract anyone during video calls. You got no wires to worry about. If you're still worrying with wires in your life, stop it. We've moved beyond that. Technology has passed.
Wires are stupid.
Wires are the past.
Hate wires.
Except if you're trying to play online fighting games.
That's right.
It's the only time
you don't
wires
have to
are
wear
good.
those.
You don't have to wear them. That's true. But wearing wires is terrible. We're past that. You heard me talk about how the company was co-founded by celebrities like Snoop Dogg and Ray J and such. So, you know, these are the names behind it. You can pick a pair up and see what the hype's all about. Now's the time to get the latest and greatest from Raycon. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon. Very appreciated.
Okay, so.
And a happy 420 to you all.
Bubble. Exhale. I mean, you got the smoked hat right behind you, so, you know.
Oh, I also have one here.
Last count, you were at like 3 of those on your own, but now with the page count, you have like 12.
Oh, no, we bought a whole box of them from Etsy. We don't know where the fuck they are.
Oh,
we got
shit.
one on the skeleton. We got one over there on the backup microphone. We got one that we put on top of the camera so that our balls don't fall out when we're just hanging out.
Okay.
There's one upstairs. I think we lost one out in like Washington or some shit.
Well, if there ever was a day to get them all out and put them on you like armor
Yes.
Today would be that day.
It would be that day.
You could even like take 2 of them and like put them on your chest to be like little chest armor plates.
Mm-hmm. So everyone who enjoys your reefer, do so responsibly. Don't eat everything in your house, etc.
Yeah, well, you can do it legally here, so you know that's what's up.
Also, don't get high and go outside. That's actually a really bad idea. Get high and stay in.
That's the worst that could happen. You eat your food.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, anyway, some stuff's happening.
I just sent you a stuff, if it wasn't on your list already.
I will talk about that stuff in a very short. Real quick though, just because I didn't do it earlier, didn't get the plugs in.
Oh, you didn't get the plug? God damn it!
I didn't get the plugs in. I didn't get the plugs in. Right now on the channel, Dokapon Kingdom is fucking blasting off.
What's the blood pool up to?
The blood pool right now.
What's it up to? I saw some numbers and I want confirmation.
2315.
That's what I thought.
Blood pool is at 2315. Peace pool is at 580.
I've given my recommendation on Twitter, approval, etc. I'll do so here. I am personally rooting for Reggie.
Mm-hmm. I too.
I wish him the best of luck.
I too am rooting for Reggie. I am on Team Reggie. So
yeah, I don't believe you.
No, I told him. We discussed this. I'm absolutely on his side.
All right, I don't believe you, and he shouldn't believe you either.
That's okay. You're allowed. You know. But I do believe
no one should believe you.
I do believe that you have been referred to as African American.
You know, I think I've been called that more times in my life than you have. It's weird.
Interesting.
It's weird.
Interesting. Probably not. With some of the because there's a handful of people
in public.
There's a by different people as opposed to the same, because there's a there's a handful of people that shoot that count up on their own.
Yeah. Okay.
Massively.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a rich tapestry.
Very.
So that was pretty funny. What was really funny though is people being like, "Oh," to the reaction of Reggie calling me the N-word. But then he put up that fucking poll that scared everyone. That made it was like, should black folk use the N-word? And
That's
it was
not
yes.
What the poll was.
Hey! You're not gonna trick me. You're not gonna trick me on this podcast.
Shout outs to the meme. Shout outs to the meme of Jim from The Office pointing to the board that just says, "Everyone can use the N-word. Results may vary."
I mean, that's technically accurate.
Results may vary. Everyone can use it.
He puts up the poll and is like, should black folk use the N-word? And it's like, yes, I'm black, and no, I'm black. Yes, I'm not black, and no, I'm not black. And the first reply that killed me was like, I am not brave enough to vote on this poll.
Or, as I gave it, option 5, Mitch Digger.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay.
That clip from that TV show that's going around, you know. So say it, Dan. I'll say it with you. Come on. Yeah. Good times. It's good times. Yeah, I believe Reggie's wording was much more to the point.
It was significantly more to the point. However, you're not going to trick me, not on this live podcast. People, it reminds me of last week, And there was when the podcast came out, and then people were like, "Is racism like the most exciting thing that could happen to Wooly's life? Like, it seems like nothing makes you happier than discovering new racisms."
I kind of love it.
I kind of just gleam in your eye, and you're like, "Oh, yay!"
It does a little something, you know. It lights a little like, ooh, here it comes.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's happening.
Yeah.
Ooh, yay.
It's so fun. It's so fun.
It's the same feeling of when somebody says something remote, like the fucking mind-numbingly stupid.
Yeah.
And your heart just wants to go on. Just like, tell us more.
But like, especially when it comes from a place that was so buried, and it was like, it was like they thought it was like 20 feet deep, but it turns out it was just underneath the sand. They just kind of kicked some sand over it, and they're like, "Yeah, no, that's a beach. That's not a bunker over there. You can run through that.
It was right there.
There's no bunker under it. What are you talking about? And then it just comes blasting out. You're like, there it is. There it is. You have to understand. The inside of my mind, there's a fucking Apollo 13 control room going, yeah!
I feel
throwing
like
papers in the air every time.
I feel like you're sitting at a fancy restaurant, Wooly, and behind you, a man is talking to his wife, and you can overhear him. And he says, "I'm not racist, but," and then you, Chris Pratt, turn towards the camera with your grin, smile. Just getting so excited. What could it be?
I will put my hand over Punch Mom's mouth to lean in to fucking grab a glass and just what? Wait, no, wait, what? Like, I need it. Oh, it gives me power. It gives me fuel. Energy, man. God. It's like
I have never seen someone so excited to encounter racism in my life. It's a special thing you got going on.
It's like Captain Pollution, when the reverse Planeteers unite with the power of smog, greed, and
radiation,
and all the awful things, and they buyer powers combined. I am Captain Pollution, and he just powers up. Love it. It's great. So.
See, this is why I'm never gonna trust you when the camera turns off, or fuck it, when the camera's on and you go, "Hey Pat, I've been really thinking about it. It's time to give you your pass.
It's time to give you your pass.
You're A-okay. Trust me." I'm like, "Fuck you. I'm going to trust you." That pass is a lie, and you're full of shit.
Yeah. Because what am I going to do? Fucking get hurt by it? What am I going to get insulted by someone throwing that shit my way? Like I think, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, but the fuck that. This is great. This is the real you. You're in a Persona dungeon right now. And I get to watch. It's the best. It's the fucking
like the Midnight
best.
Channel in the real world.
Dude. I'm not gonna fucking get hurt by that. It rules.
Oh my God.
It's the real you. Came out to say hi. Hello.
Oh man.
Love it.
All right. What's new in the world this week, Walls?
Well, anyway, Dokupon's great. KOTOR 2 is great, but it's on hold. Gotta see how Little V.
How's V doing?
I think he's okay. Gotta get details. Gotta find out what's up. But unfortunately, there is a thing where it's like, hey, you can't really just waltz in and be like, hey, test please, because if you're not essential, then that's that. Tests are only for essential people. So
supposedly, but don't they have the actual walk-in?
Yeah,
like in the middle of Place des Arts?
They have a drive-in at the middle of Place des Arts where you don't even have to get out of your car. But but those places turned into essential only.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
woo.
We're gonna play that nice and safe
for a long time. I would recommend,
and we're gonna see what's up. But yes, so Dokapon is going, and Half-Life, I just beat Black Mesa.
Hey!
Zen's great.
New Zen's great.
New Zen's great.
New Zen is great.
I watched old footage of old Zen. It's
fucking...
Like, now I seen it.
It's fucking unbelievable, isn't it?
Ridiculous. Ridiculously trash.
Because that game's incredible. And then you get to the end and you're like, wow, this sucks.
I will say this. Like, the lack of beauty and completely frustrating platforming and nonsense puzzles and drabness are a flavor unto themselves that is Alien.
I guess.
If you want a gray, brown, shitty, alien, desolate world, that is what old Zen does. But boy, is that not that fun. So New Zen is great, and the final area of New Zen is the best part of the game. There is a sequence that is the sequence that they put you on right before the last fight is this unbelievable elevator sequence that is, to me, the best part of the game. Incredible work to that team, to Crowbar Collective.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that shit.
It's like it's the design just coming through in such strength. What they essentially do is you start going through these areas where the Zarya gun is what I call it.
Gauss gun?
It's the Zarya beam. It's the plasma beam gun. You hold it with two hands and it's got no alt fire. Right? Yeah. So that thing,
the glue-on gun. Thank you.
So that thing basically is it's incredible, but the whole time you're, limited ammo on that shit. What are you going to do? You basically get to some areas where there is a type of crystal that refills that ammo. And so you just get to beast. Get to beast, and it's satisfying.
I wonder where they took that from. That gimmick sounds very familiar.
Okay.
And awesome.
Very, 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 very cool sequence. You go through this kind of like final area of the Zen factory, and then you get to, all your stuff. Then you get your final boss fight, and then you get hired.
Oh, yeah.
And that was certainly a moment of like, what the shit?
That game, like, ending ends like fucking so weird and so much weirder than the rest of the game.
I couldn't imagine what that must have been like back in the day. It feel like back in the day that it must have been an ending where they were like, we have no plan for what this even means. Let's just do something wild. You know? I feel like they improvised, they yes-anded the way that Half-Life 1 ends, because you're so drawn into what the fuck that could possibly be. And from what I understand, answers are still being waited on.
Hey, Wooly, since you're diving in, like really diving in, you will, within the year, understand why I'm always so pissed off about Half-Life whenever Half-Life comes up.
Right.
That being said, the first like 90 seconds of Half-Life 2 is probably my favorite thing to ever happen in Half-Life, because it's just G-Man talking to you.
Yeah, I started Half-Life 2.
And G-Man
not now, but years ago. I yeah, exactly. And I remember
you saw like Rise
G-Man
and
just
Shine,
talking
Mr.
to you.
Freeman.
Yeah. I remember he was just talking to you about stuff.
It's a specific line of dialogue, which is like, the right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. And it's like, oh man, that's just the best line, and it's the best read, and it's so good.
He's a weird Lynch character.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he introduces himself by pausing time and reality and walking towards you and introducing himself. And you're like, okay,
this is a whole different thing.
I was most certainly prepared for... Because, of course, I've heard about G-Man. So I was most certainly prepared for this guy to show up and be some kind of ridiculous... Yeah, but you thought he was going to be what? Like a government scumbag? That was who knows?
Like the Smoking Man or some shit?
Maybe Smoking Man. Maybe, right? Because he's like, oh, we're quiet conversations. We don't know what's going on over here. Whatever. Exactly. Maybe more like Smoking Man, you know? And then it's like, no.
He's magic.
I am a god walking through time right now. Trek. And also... I have employers.
Yeah.
And so they go, status, hired. And first question is like, by who? And everyone's like, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, lol.
So, Half-Life, how about that? Damn.
The wait for Half-Life 2 is brutal because of that.
Tell you what, man.
We got opposing force and blue shift in those interim years.
You know, there's something to be said where it's like a lazy last minute cliffhanger that, like, let's say a cartoon does to try to stay on the air is always really transparent. You can see it coming a mile away. You can see when there's like, we are now going to kind of wrap up the story, and then in the last 10 minutes make an escalation of problems that are unrealistically extreme, and then go, you better fucking re-sign us on for a third season to find out what's happening. And then it's a bit of a fucking game of chicken, in which the show usually ends up getting rolled over by the train that is the network. In this case, I feel like they kind of made that gamble, but like it was so out there that like it fucking worked. Because you're like, this is not something that was the game didn't play with these kinds of concepts.
Oh yeah, it's total left field. It's nonsense. But it also allows them to start Half-Life 2 at a completely different location and time, and go like, yeah, we don't have to show you the continuation of events to get to this new setting. You're just at the new setting now. Sure.
Because why wouldn't you be? Look at this. Look at what we've seen here. Look at what this man is. So yeah, that's really curious and interesting. I want to know what happens now, and I want to know if the gamble is like, I want to know if like they're able to live up to the mystery in a way.
No,
because that's always the problem. Is you create a really strong mystery, and then you now have to follow through with it, and your follow through was terrible.
Wooly, I'm gonna tell you right now, and I don't think anybody is gonna begrudge me. I don't think Half-Life has given a single answer to one question ever. Ever.
Well, that sucks.
There is no answer.
That sucks.
There's a bunch of cool ass shit that happens. Bunch of cool ass shit. But nothing.
So now the version of in your head that auto completes is the hypothetical cool thing, but they don't actually.
Well, you played Portal 1 and 2, right?
Sure did.
You remember the little Black Mesa jokes in there?
Sure did.
That's about as much answer as you get.
Yeah, okay. You know, it's really that's a bummer. That's a bummer, because this is that then reminds me of all of the death game stories I talk about where you had no plan, you know? You didn't know where to go with it, and also why Attack on Titan is great, because they had a very clear plan and they went good places with it, you know, which is super unexpected.
It should be like told to you that the Half-Life series is a graphical showpiece series first and foremost, and then after that it's encounter and shooter design, and after that is narrative.
Right.
Like Valve is so much more interested in like
showing off
technology. They're
showing off
and
tech,
VR shit and, you know, new shaders than they are with anything else.
Yeah. And then there's that bit, and then there's the other stuff. Right. Oh boy, that is not what you'd want of a flagship series, unfortunately. But or like if you're gonna put these burning questions out there, like, don't you understand how frustrating it is to not answer them? The longer that goes on, the more annoyed you get with the franchise, I suppose. What if Half-Life 3 that everyone's waiting on doesn't answer any of those questions?
It won't.
Okay. Well,
even the plan for Half-Life 3 that Mark Laidlaw talked about, even that ended in another nonsensical cliffhanger.
Well, all right. Anyway, so that's where that's at. But I enjoyed that. I had a good time with Black Mesa. I think it's a good game, and I'd like to know more about the Free Man. And yes, I did watch a bit of Half-Life, but the VR Half-Life VR, but the AI is self-aware.
That shit is bananas.
Yeah, I saw
that shit is hilarious. I found a rope, Gordon. No.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, you can check all that out and more at Wooly Versus on Twitch, Wooly Versus on YouTube, and yeah, for those of you who are interested in the following Dokapon, which there is an increasing amount of interest. The other week there was some fucked up Twitch shit, right? You had to replay some FF7.
I lost 2 hours FF7.
Yeah, and that shit's sponsored, so no, you didn't.
Yeah, and it was the hours of the single most important part of the game, and so I went and re-recorded it, which you better appreciate it, fuckers. But I mean, it's gone, you know.
So since I'm recording in 2 different formats, then I still do have the lost footage, which will be releasing to the anime. So you know, everybody can catch up. But I also did explain on the next session what was lost in the footage, and it was just a Twitch-wide fuck up, unfortunately. So there should be minimal problems for those who are following the story loyally either way. But I just would like to remind folks that as the manga continues to increase in its views and build up on those VODs, that the anime helps us out. So if you get a chance to check it out on YouTube, that'll
please support the official release.
Please support the official release. Check out, by all means, read the scanslations. By all means, read the scanslations. They're out there, and they get you guys excited for what comes next. But supporting the official release directly helps, and yeah, because there's definitely a point where you're just like, ooh, okay, this VOD number is extremely comparable to this YouTube number, and that would have worked really well going the opposite way. So you know, please check it out on YouTube too as well, because the VODs are, you know, just kind of sitting there. So,
you know, man, I know you talked about it briefly last week, but now that you finally beat Black Mesa, I fucking love that you have this context of why this dorky looking dude with thick rimmed glasses in this ugly looking orange and gray suit is like, people like, greatest hero ever, right up there with Link and Master Chief and Doom Guy. And you're like, what?
He has a crowbar. That crowbar cannot be defeated. That crowbar has the highest DPS I've ever seen. The highest DPS I've ever seen. Like if
like
I
that nerd from MIT is making it work, man.
I honestly would have thought that was a bug. If you showed me footage, I would have thought like, oh yeah, someone sped this up and like he's got like quad damage on and he's got like an accelerant that's speeding him up, but just like wow, you know. Yeah, folks have pointed out that VODs do have ads that run on them, but from what I understand, that is a later Twitch edition that is nowhere near as beneficial as
hell no,
as watching on YouTube.
Not even close.
So VOD ads aren't the same thing at all, folks. So thank you. All right. On to the news. I know you sent me...
news.
I know you sent me one, but I think it's important to start with a PSA for everybody. It's the same one I gave you as soon as we jumped on.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Folks, if you have a Nintendo Switch Online account, you need to go to the Nintendo.com website, log in, and immediately give yourself two-factor authentication or two-step authentication, whatever you prefer to call it. Two-step verification, whatever. But the point is go on, hit that, turn on your extra step of using your phone to log into your device, because Nintendo's gotten hacked and people are currently using Switch accounts to use their PayPal associated accounts as well. So,
yay!
2 weeks ago, I want to say, we first started to see some tweets going around where it's like there were some hacks that went through, and apparently some people were seeing unauthorized usage on their Switch accounts, and yeah, that shit sucks. I remember, yeah, it's always Fortnite V-Bucks. Yeah, seriously. I remember, like fucking God, like close to 10 years ago, one time when I saw my PayPal shit got hacked, and it was to buy Minecraft shit. It was to buy Minecraft garbage, and I was like, what? You know, like this is what you're doing with it. Like, okay, anyway,
this is what it's for, bro.
This is what it's for, right? Anyway,
do you want EA? What was it called? My Team passes or whatever the fuck that is.
Just you go through all this trouble for this garbage. You know, this is the interests of the trash that does this to your account. You get to see something about their personality, almost. But anyway, so one, make sure you go onto the site, and you can't do it through the Switch, which is stupid.
Very stupid.
It's really dumb. But if you only use the Switch to make your account, you cannot put two-factor on. You can only do it on the security page of Nintendo's account website. So go do that. And then secondly is there's recommendations that you disassociate your PayPal and saved information with your account just to be extra secure. So it's going to be a pain in the ass to put it back on every time.
I don't even know how to do that.
That you can do from the Switch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, you can. I've done it.
I tried to pull a credit card off of it earlier, and I couldn't figure out how.
I've got a Switch right here. I can tell you exactly how to do it in a couple of steps because I have done it. You pretty much
do it?
On the Switch itself, you go to the the eShop page. Then you go to your profile page in the top right.
Mm-hmm.
Then you should scroll down, and you should see your credit card and or your PayPal and an unlink button.
Ah, I see.
And then once you do that, yeah, it'll just be like, okay, well, you can fill that information out every time you want to use it. But yeah, two-factor is a great security step as well. And it never hurts to change your passwords too, you know?
Yeah, can't hurt.
So these are all things that you want to do to avoid getting your shit hacked. But if you also want to, you can definitely check your login history on the site too, and you can see in the last 30 days who is connected to your account and where you've connected from. And if you generally see if a connection comes in from a new source, you should have gotten an email about it saying, hey, a new device is trying to connect to your Nintendo account, and you can go back and see when that happened and what location they were trying to connect to you from.
Yeah, I'm looking at my sign-in history, and it's like it's my Windows PC and my Samsung phone.
Yeah,
and that's it.
So exactly. So yeah, my mine checked out fine too. But you can go there and just see anything weird or anything unexpected, and that means that you might have been compromised. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all you do. You just connect on, you go to your profile and you unlock your shit. And of course, none of this guarantees that, like, you know, they didn't already get your shit, but it's the extra steps that will come in handy if they have that device information. And they have, like, let's say any passwords they grabbed from that apply to other things on your email, then those are at risk too. So you got to be careful out there, folks.
Don't get robbed. That's my advice of the day.
Fortnite idiots and Minecraft idiots are out there taking your shit.
Pushing their beds together with your money. Jackasses.
So, the two-step verification uses the Google Authenticator, which I prefer SMS, but, you know, whatever. It's still an extra level of security. So that's what's going on. Okay, so there's that. Now, then, on to darts.
On to darts. What's going on with darts, Wolves?
Dart competition moves online. Players withdraw because their internet sucks.
So what happened was that these dart people down in the UK were like, okay, so we can just play darts because darts, you know, you only use the one dartboard. So what you do is you put a video camera at the dartboard and you play darts. Oh, shit. I just inhaled so much spit. Why did I do this?
Go get your... do what you gotta do.
Oh,
Careful.
I inhaled like a whole spit.
Careful. Careful, man.
Oh, man.
Get some water.
That's going to be what kills me one day. Oh.
Wrong hole.
Yeah, I inhaled a whole spit down my blowpipe. Thank you, Dara.
Please do not die of wrong hole.
I wouldn't be the first. Oh, God. That was so awful. Oh, my God.
Drink.
Just right. Oh, geez. Anyway, dart people.
There you go.
They have bad internet. So they can't play darts online because they are red bars.
Something about that
That's
delivery
the story.
kind of lost the punch there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Lost a little bit of punch. Apparently, loads of athletes are keeping busy playing video games, and this article says, what? The Professional Darts Corporation home tour is being broadcast in England, involves pro dart players going up against each other online, and they simply record themselves playing at home and upload footage. Gary Anderson, however, says, I had to withdraw. I was up for it, but when I did test with my Wi-Fi, it's just not reliable enough. It doesn't surprise me. I struggle to play bills online in my house. It's really frustrating. And he shows an internet test where he's got 4.6 down and 0.9 up.
That guy apparently lives like in rural England or some shit.
Yeah. So 17 ms latency latency. That's no good.
Makes sense though, because as an older guy who just plays darts all day, I get why he doesn't need the hardest, super fast internet.
I play fucking darts so that I don't need internet.
Look at you kids with your digital crap. I got darts. Darts don't need internets.
His decision drew some
fucking
criticism,
die, bro. Oh my god!
because people didn't believe him, leading to his management coming to his defense, saying that he lives in a rural area, and yeah, they had to put out a statement basically going like, you know, it's not just him. World Grand Prix champion Daryl Gurney also withdrew for the same reason. His internet Wi-Fi sucks.
Take that, Red Bars. It's affecting sports now too.
Hey, I beat Wedge's score, so I'm pretty good at darts.
Yeah, I beat Wedge's score too. Wedge is a bitch. He's not even that good at darts.
Where the fuck? There was another point in the game where I saw a dartboard, and I remember that.
And I ran up to it, and it wasn't a real dartboard.
And it was really inappropriate timing. The timing was bad, but I kind of was wondering. I'm like, can I maybe get in a little game before we? No.
It was. It's in Wall Market. It's in the bar at Wall Market.
Mm-hmm.
You run up and you're like, oh, darts, and you're like, oh, can't. Yeah. Darn.
Or like when you're like, hey, I'm Tifa right now. Can I? No, not that one. It's when it's can I play darts as Aerith? It's like, nah.
No. Oh well.
Anyway. The Red Bars go home. They are home.
They are home. Everyone's at home.
In northern London.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry for sucking down that spit the wrong way, guys. My apologies for scaring y'all.
Wrong hole.
Yeah, man. The air one.
You need that hole to breathe.
Not the food one. I'm not a dolphin. Wait, dolphins don't eat through the blowholes. What the fuck am I talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway. We got just a little nice story here, but makes me happy. I like knowing that they sat down, they did a little interview with the Kirby devs, and the Kirby devs had some fun things to say. Kumazaki, who's been a mystery, was involved actually, and they basically just said, hey, the next game we want to work on, we want it to be the pinnacle of Kirby games, which is like, considering they've been on a fucking hot streak, I believe that to be extraordinarily possible with this team of people. And they also want to work on non-action spin-offs for Kirby. The Kirby franchise is quietly one of extreme quality and a pretty much perfect track record. It just kind of exists over there. And if you venture in, you're going to enjoy it. So more Kirby. More Kirby is good. More Kirby has never been bad. Kirby RPG, Kirby Air Ride, all of it. Kirby Golf, Kirby Kart, Kirby doing his taxes, Poyo May Cry. Yeah. All of it. All of it.
Kirby's stupid.
You're stupid.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad we had this talk.
You ever feel that gurgling automatic reaction and realize I'm adding nothing new to this? and decide maybe I can take it a different way, but then just go, let's just go back to the basics?
No, never.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
Wait, are you talking about Kirby or me or you? I actually kind of lost the thread on that.
It's gone. And you know what else is gone, unfortunately? The original Leon Kennedy has passed away.
Yeah, Paul Haddad recently passed away from throat cancer.
That's a bummer.
Fucking lame.
So apparently he was going to be, or is involved with Daymare 1998 as well.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Apparently he was going to, or might have done, I don't know if he is involved or not, or if they got their work done or not, but they're the ones that kind of put it out there. So it seems like Daymare 1998 was was let people know, because Paul Haddad worked with them as well. And yeah, he wasn't the voice of Leon in 2019's RE2, mind you.
No, he hasn't been it for quite some time.
But the old Leon, and I guess the voice actors of the memes and the legacy, lines.
It worked, and all that great shit.
He's coming from that group. So rest in peace.
Dude, come on.
Pretty young looking
Sorry,
guy
my
too.
cat was scratching me.
Yeah, 56. Jesus, it's pretty young. Damn. So I talked a little bit about the Ninjala open beta test that's going to be coming.
You mentioned it briefly.
Yeah, so that's going down on April 28th. So yeah, in about a week, it's coming out, and it is going to be going down the 28th and the 29th. There's a range of hours that they have on the official website with it. And they put out a couple of different promo things to kind of introduce Ninjala. So there's there's like a 10-minute little short animation that's kind of introducing the world and the characters and like why things are what they are in a way. It's a bit like almost like when Overwatch kind of had those little introduction things, And in it, you get to see that like people are actually proportioned much more like normal Pixar-sized people in this world, and the technology ends up de-aging them to look like the little kids we see in the Inkling kind of proportions.
That's fucking weird. And
it's
stupid.
Very weird. Like a lot of things in the game, it's like, yeah, they're actually like they're more normal sized, but then like they become like Inklingified.
That's like the arms thing where it's like they have normal arms until they put on the arms gene unlocker, and then they get the spring arms. You're like, what?
It's the power of the ninja gum, man.
Did that really need an explanation?
Sure did. So ninjas have been ninjas forever, and then in the future, ninja genes exist in some people, and if you chew ninja gum, then it unlocks those powers and it lets you do crazy shit with the ninja gum.
That's stupid.
Well, that's where we're at. End result,
I guess it is.
End result is Ninjala. Game looks great. So what we got is
definitely not Splatoon.
Definitely not. Pay no mind to the fact that the ninja mask even has the fucking black outline around it that looks similar to the Splatoon style. So
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, so yeah, one pricey little FMV introduction later, they had some developer diaries come out to kind of introduce the gameplay and to show off how the melee works and how powers work and stuff. And it is what you expect. It's like you have abilities, you have cooldowns, you have the ninja, you have like blowing up the bubble, and then from that you can convert the bubble into like, you know, better weapons or better ability, better tech or you know, other buffs. But inflating the bubble also acts as a shield. If someone comes to melee you, it'll kind of block them from doing that. But if your shield breaks, then the gum pops on you and then you're disabled. So there's that.
Oh, that's terrible.
If you attack somebody at the same time, there's a parry system where you enter what is essentially the Soul Calibur 5's what is it called? Soul whatever?
Oh my god, I don't remember the name of that shit.
The rock, paper, scissors?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, so you enter that where you clash, and then you have to choose between what they call the word used in the video is a trilemma, which
fuck off.
I did not know was a thing, and I'm going to use Google to look and find out if it's a thing. Reversal edge, thank you very much. It ends up being like a reversal edge. Trilemma is the word used in the video.
Fuck off. I mean, its root word is
a like difficult choice from 3 options is a trilemma. Yeah. Yeah, that's a real word. That's a real fucking word.
Does that mean you could have a quad lemma?
If it mathematically works out, I don't see why not. Quad dilemma?
Yeah.
Probably.
Quint lemma? Oh man, that's crazy.
Quadrilemma. Quadrilemma?
That would probably be it. Yeah.
A quadrilemma is 4 difficult choices. Yeah, that's real. Sexilemma. Septilemma, octilemma. Yeah, probably.
We don't have enough trapezoids in our daily lives. I'm just thinking about that because we're using all these number terms. I'm just thinking, man, I love a good old trapezoid.
Pentalemma. Tetris. Anyway, I want to say that basically you end up clashing, and then you have to pick a high, side, or low attack, and then you do it a couple times, and then the victor gets to knock the other away.
And yeah, the usual.
And then there's like you can get kills, but then you can also get like ippon, which is like kills that were like harder than normal kills. Like if you got killed with an ability, or if you got killed while you were staggered or something like that, then that whatever, you know. So yeah, it looks like it's gonna be fun. Looks like it's gonna be cool. So you can check those out, and you can get a better look at the system if you go check out the dev diaries on Ninjala right now. But yeah, jump on the test on the 28th, which is going to be next Tuesday.
Might as well, because very few games coming out in the next 6 months.
And hey,
very few.
Online is trash right now. People suck.
Yeah.
Why not dunk on them? Even if it's your first time touching it alongside everybody else. Okay, so another cool thing going on is Tanuki Sunset, the Synthwave Raccoon skateboarding game.
Really? I'm going to take a look at this shit.
Look at the trailer for Tanuki Sunset. And when you get the...
It's got that fucking vaporwave sun in it again.
And the sun is bouncing to the beat. And when you get into the gameplay, be sure to make sure you check out the music, because whereas Tony Hawk has set an expectation of what kind of music we want to hear when we're skateboarding, I was very pleasantly surprised to hear lo-fi hip-hop as the soundtrack to Tanuki Sunset.
Oh, this game is beautiful.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. So, no pretending to be Superman. Actually, we're going lo-fi hip-hop on this. We're going Nujabes.
That looks great. Oh, they're knocking over the little VLC cones. Oh, ain't that nice?
Yeah, check it out. It's cute. It's cute. And the raccoon is trying really hard to skate down what looks like a treacherous ass highway created in the Death Stranding world because it's floating over an abyss.
Don't worry about it.
And
it's not that important.
And the raccoon, he's on a longboard.
Yeah.
He's not on a standard deck. He's on a longboard. So
you know what longboards always remind me of?
Surfboards.
Two things. The one asshole that I knew that had a longboard and was a total asshole about the fact that it's a longboard, dude. It's not a skateboard.
Mm-hmm.
And the Onion article from many years ago, which is young man tragically is not involved in an accident while riding his longboard to his digital media.
Say that again.
A young man is tragically not involved in an accident while riding his longboard to his digital media job.
I see. Tragically not involved.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yep. Longboards, I remember I had a friend of mine who made one out of his broken snowboard, actually. They're just, they're just cozy riding. If you're not looking to do tricks, if you're not looking to grind and do any fucking Christ airs anytime soon, then you just grab a longboard and you just roll on it. That's all you do. And some people do some kind of tricks with it, but a lot of them are more just kind of
skateboard for pretentious people that don't know how to do skate tricks.
There's some fancy. You can do some fancy manual stuff on a longboard. You can do some fancy stuff, but like way more limited.
I have intensely associated longboard with fucking assholes. Like what? Like, oh my god, look at this motherfucker in his longboard.
It's a bit like
look at this piece of shit.
So it's a bit like how there's different types of motorcycles. There's a dirt bike. There's a fucking Kawasaki Ninja. And then there's a Harley, and then there's a touring cycle, And all
of those people have stereotypes associated with them.
They serve their different functions. So longboard is more of a mode of transportation than it is a thing to do the tricks with, It's almost like one of those yo-yos that doesn't sleep. It's like, well, I guess it's it's not an old classic yo-yo, and it's not even a new type yo-yo. It's just one of them non-sleeping yo-yos. Like,
I'm looking up photos of people on longboards, and I want to throw up.
Hey, what if they're just getting from point A to point B? What's the problem?
Then they can use a bicycle, a bus, a metro, or their fucking feet.
Or a longboard. There's nothing wrong with it. It's fine.
Makes me excited to see people on longboards with no protective equipment, because if they fall, they'll really hurt themselves.
Okay, boomer.
Nah, not on longboards. If it was cyclists, yeah, I'd give you that one. But the longboards are horrible.
Does a piece of wood with 4 wheels and ball bearings attached offend you?
No, only if it's a certain length. Obviously, come on, man.
Got it. What about the mini boards? The super tiny ones?
You mean like hand-sized or like smaller?
Oh, no, not even. No. Okay, yeah. So there's
not like a tech deck.
No, not a tech deck. No, there's
the
there's the super tiny decks that are like literally you just roll on these things and you don't do much with them. So the smaller the better.
Smaller.
The smaller the better.
Smaller a skateboard or like what? What would that even be called?
Pennyboard.
Pennyboard. What the fuck is a pennyboard? I've never seen it.
I'll look it up. It's like a skateboard, but it's really small.
Is that for kids or what?
Yeah, or man children.
I see. Why a pennyboard over a skateboard? Wouldn't that be more difficult to ride or what?
Probably easier to like carry and put away, I suppose, if you're using it if you're not gonna, be in a place where you can actually put it away. But it's a very tiny skateboard, and you can still ride it around.
That's fucking stupid.
You have fucking 22 or 27 inches. You got some small boards. So what size is what's the length that you hit?
Just get a skateboard. Just go to the skateboard shop, get a skateboard, fall down, break your elbow, never skateboard again. This is the path that everyone should take.
I mean, personally, I don't disagree with that. I say get a skateboard because you can do the most with a skateboard. You can use it to get around, and you can do tricks, and that's fun. But when I did use my friend's longboard, I did definitely appreciate the smoother ride that came from the longer board and the bigger wheels. I was like, oh, this ride's a lot smoother.
Oh, of course you're like, what's the deal with longboards? You've rid a longboard. You're a longboarder.
I don't own a longboard.
You're a longboard enthusiast in training.
I have only ridden a longboard once, and it felt more comfortable because here's one thing that happens. The smaller the deck, the more you're going to feel the bumps of the road and the sidewalk and the little shit that you hit on the street. If a street is badly paved, you're going to feel it way more on a smaller skateboard than you would on a bigger one. And it ends up being like, this street sucks. I hate this paving. It's annoying.
Good. Great reason to get off your skateboard.
All right. Well,
all right. Do you want to know where this comes from?
Who hurt you?
All right.
Who hurt you?
All right. Here's where it comes from. Everybody get ready. It's going to be really disappointing. Everybody that I ever knew that rode a skateboard, I'd be like, oh, cool skateboard, like Tony Hawk. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, can you do a kickflip? And they'd be like, no. And that's the whole story.
You don't know anybody that can do a kickflip?
I did not know one kid that could ever do a kickflip. Some tried and they always ate shit. And that was way better than had they been able to nail it. But I'm like, yeah, unless you can do a trick, get off your skateboard. You've wasted your time.
Pat, I believe this is what the kids refer to as malding.
Malding?
I think you're malding right now.
How would I spell that?
It's exactly what it sounds like.
Mad and bald? No! No!
I think you're malding, friend.
Shit!
Sorry, I regret to inform you.
Wouldn't that be malding? Like, bald,
I regret to inform
malding.
you that you're malding. Which would probably be a really great brand of skateboard. Like if you went to you went to the shop and you got Element, you got Dark Star, you got Girl, and then you got Malding, and it has like different crazy ass drawings by different famous artists of malding people. I would buy that.
Unfortunately, I discovered that Twitch streamer explains why he trademarked the word malding.
The fuck?
Filed a trademark application in the United States for the word malding.
Awesome. Sounds like a cool guy.
Great.
So yeah.
He filed the trademark as a joke, accordingly.
Oh, okay. Right, clearly. You went through the process of everything, too.
Yeah, I went through the process and the lawyer of filing a trademark.
Big jokes.
For jokes.
Everyone knows that the funniest jokes involve real lawyers.
Yeah, this hilarious jokes.
Lawyers are the ultimate punch-up to a bit.
No, lawyers are known funny people and not subhuman lizards.
Oh, shit. It's great.
I have a good friend of mine. A really good friend of mine that I've known for 15 years who became a pretty good lawyer. And there's a really, really insanely clear distinction of when he is my buddy from college and when he's being a lawyer. I can see the second set of eyelids start to twitch. He kind of stiffens up. He talks in different cadence. It's fucking weird. It's so weird.
I'm legally required to inform you on behalf of my client that it's just a prank, bro.
Just japes. Funny jokes. Ha ha ha.
So, Tanuki Sunset. The music is awesome.
But hey, raccoons are cute, so they can ride skateboards all they want.
Yeah.
Bulldogs too.
What about Tanukis?
Bulldogs can ride skateboards all day. Tanukis are just raccoons with giant nuts, right?
Correct. Giant balls that can be used to trick humans.
All right. Well, yeah, they can ride skateboards too. Just be careful about the droop.
In fact, there are ancient scrolls that show Tanukis gathering up their nutsack flesh and attaching them together to form like little like shields to like bounce humans away and to protect themselves and to travel with and to sail with.
What the fuck, dude?
Tanuki balls are literally just like they're Omni tools.
What the fuck?
Ask Japan.
Gonads and strife indeed.
Yeah. There's pictures of them using them as weapons to knock humans away. There you go. So yeah, Tanuki Sunset. All right. We got a, kind of little tiny one, but it's out there. It's out there. There is a Danganronpa is getting ported to mobile platforms, which
hooray!
You know what? For the type of game it is, why not?
Makes perfect sense. Why not? Same thing as Phoenix Wright's kicking over to mobile.
Makes perfect. It's just it's a visual novel and argument mini games that are basically just like word selection and puzzle selection based. Occasionally there's a little bit of like reaction required. Like there's a logic surfing one where you have to do like a little like kind of mini like surf track, to get to a logic point. But like for the most part, you're kind of just like playing these little mini games and then otherwise doing visual novel controls. So it'd be very easy to adapt to touch controls for that. So yeah, Danganronpa, and I believe they said, what are they calling it? Anniversary editions of 1, 2, and 3 are coming out.
What's that actually going to entail?
So it seems it entails overhauled user interface, remapped controls for touchscreen support, new gallery modes. And that's about all we know so far. No other details at the moment. So, and that's 1, 2, and 3, and none of the spin-offs, so you're in the clear.
Hooray!
You're A-okay. You're good to go. That's nice. Other things coming out again, blasts from the past. Burnout Paradise is getting fucking ported to the Switch. Remastered.
Really?
Yeah. June.
That's great. That game's great.
In June, on the June 19th, Burnout Paradise Remastered is hitting the Switch. And it's been pretty quiet about what's going down with that. Yeah, still no secret Mario Kart we've heard about so far. Who knows? But yeah, that's fucking rad. That's an unexpected, just like, cool. Okay, sure.
I wish more Burnout games existed. Those games are so good. What sucks though is that it's like $50 on Switch, but it's like $20 on the other platforms.
Oh no!
Because it came out so much later, so that it hasn't had time to drop the price, I think. But it's still like, what the fuck?
That sucks. Did you see the Switch trailer for was it Jump Force? They showed.
I did not.
The Switch trailer for Jump Force is hilarious because they give no fucks about how bad the frame rate is. It is.
Oh,
it is
I gotta
dying.
find this.
The game is dying in the fucking trailer, and they don't care. Like, it's just showing you like a border that is the console itself, and then
I'm looking at it right now.
just like jump into the middle of it somewhere. it stutters to a fucking halt at points, and they're like, "Yeah, that's it. That's how it runs. What? You want this?
Oh wow!
You want this or what?
Like sub 10 in some of these shots.
It gets real choppy. Jump force switch. Variable frame rate up to 30 FPS.
Oh my god. Everything in that game is terrible. And probably the weirdest thing is like, Todoroki got announced for it.
Sure.
His burn looks painted on because they're like walking back the hyper realistic art style. But instead, he just looks like shit compared to the others.
Because a real burn would probably not look like a cool scar.
It would look horrible.
It would be
goddamn awful.
Yeah, a real commit to the fucking realism, assholes. Show us the bubbling of the flesh. Show us the muscle and sinew underneath. Show us how awful a real burn would look, not a cool anime burn. Commit. You want it real? You want them fighting in fucking Times Square? Show us the burn. Show us the ooze.
I think
he had to wipe the pus, by the way. That thing pussed up for a while.
Oh, yeah. I think about Jump Force whenever you see... I mean, you made fun of them a couple weeks ago, where it's like, oh, what if Zelda was made in Unreal Engine, right? And all that shit.
Nintendo,
it's like, it would look like,
hire this man!
It would look like fucking Jump Force. One of the ugliest games I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Well,
I don't get it. Those games are fan service games, so why the fuck they make everyone look like shit?
I'm trying to think of other things like Todoroki where if you converted it to real life, it would immediately fall apart / not convey the coolness, Well,
Zuko has the same thing in Avatar, and they fucking botched that. He's got like a little scar.
It looks pretty burnt, though. It has different layers of coloring on it.
No, I'm talking about in the live action movie.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's just got a little scar. It's a little singe.
You watched that?
I watched it in theaters.
Damn, son.
I watched it in theaters because everyone was telling me it was the worst movie ever.
You swerve into the train wrecks. Right.
And then I was like, well, I got to go home and watch this
Emoji movie that... Did you go see Dragon Ball Evolution?
I did, in theaters.
Yeah, okay. So you catch all of them.
So yeah, here's a fucking... I send you a screenshot of Zuko's horrible scar in the live action movie. Wow. Isn't that crazy? It's like he's got like a little scar.
Oh my god. These fucking actors, I tell you. Oh boy. Anyway, I just
like Zuko's eye is supposed to be nearly permanently shut due to scar tissue on his eyelid.
That is so lazy. Okay.
Well, Hollywood actors, man, they don't want to cover up their face.
That's why it's like infinite. Like that's why every time you have a moment like Dread, where dude's like, nah, fuck it, mask, who cares? I'm Dread. Face doesn't matter.
Same way, yeah.
You're like, thank God, man. When you give the character its due by not giving in to the fucking like, no, you have to see me perform. I mean, listen, I did not want it to happen in I didn't want it to happen in The Mandalorian. In the end, it's like, well, whatever, But like, I do appreciate when somebody's like, no, I'm taking this role. This role involves the mask, and this is it. You don't need to see my face. It's okay. The role is more important.
What's that kid's name from that 70s show?
Topher Grace.
Topher Grace is the worst one ever as Venom. I don't think he speaks as Venom more than once.
Dude, like, I don't remember a single scene except for the one where they're falling and fighting in the midair.
And he takes the mask off for every single line of dialogue.
Every time he talks, I don't fucking recall anything outside of that falling shot. It's completely deleted.
That's fine.
Ugh.
That's fine.
Yeah. All right. Well. Anyway, Jump Force Switch trailer is good times. It's good times. At least they're showing you what you're getting. At least
we were talking about options earlier.
Yeah.
So once you have the game, you can tell how good the game is from like the options. But before the game comes out, nothing screams quality like a reveal trailer with like where the trailer drops to like 15 frames a second.
At least they're being honest about their product. And they're saying, this is what we have on sale. I sell oranges. If you want an orange, I got oranges right here. And if you don't care about the bruising or the smell, then buy one. And if someone watches that trailer and says, that looks great, then they are welcome to purchase it. Right? You want it? You got it. If someone watches that trailer and goes, cool, then by all means, thank you for your money. Here is your goods.
I don't know, man. Why don't you just make the game run better?
Because it's on the Switch.
Why don't you turn it down a little bit or optimize it? Have you seen Xenoblade Chronicles Remastered?
Because Naruto's in Times Square, bro.
Hold on, let me find a
hire this man, Nintendo, Sega.
Hire this man, Nintendo, Sega. That's right. Do it. Hey, Wooly, you want to have a funny little retweet here? Here, I'm sending you a Twitter thing that is a comparison shot of two games on the Switch. And one is Xenoblade Chronicles Remastered, and the other is Sword and Shield.
I can't believe Xenoblade DE and Pokemon Sword and Shield are on the same console. One looks like a breathtaking masterpiece. The other one looks like an early PS3 game. It hurts, man.
I just retweeted it for everybody who wants to see it. It's like the fucking get it together, fuckers. Get it together.
You know, something funny about FF7 Remake is because of how gorgeous it is, you notice its flaws way more.
Oh boy, do ya!
Every time a light is shining through a surface that it should not shine through, you're like,
no, man, that's...
You zoom in on it.
The ultimate is you'll have Cloud and Aerith talking, and they are the most immaculate 3D models ever, and the light is going through their hair and landing on their bodies impeccably, and then Aerith will turn, and it'll zoom in on this flower on the ground, and the flower is like a fucking JPEG from 1994, and it's so blurred and blocky that you can barely see it.
It's not a JPEG, it's three-dimensional. But it's just
made
blurred
out of like
the fuck
6 polygons, and it's my god,
blurred the fuck out.
That flower moment happens like 4 or 5 times, and it's hilarious every single time. That game seems to have like a texture bug.
I will say that like when talking to rando NPCs, and then you get a closer look at them, they definitely have the problem of not looking anywhere as much as like the main characters look like people. They
not
have
even close.
They have
not
that.
Even
they
close.
have that we are from another world issue kind of thing. Like we come from a different game, but they still have like freckles and weird little noses, and some of them have like
eyes.
Yeah, they have facial features where you go, okay, you look like a person. You know, like I can appreciate the level that of person that you are, even though you clearly look like you're from a different game.
Mm-hmm.
Right. right. And I think the only other thing I was going to
it's a slow week this week, gang.
Not much. But the only other thing I was going to talk about is just the ongoing twists and turns that is Cooking Mama Cookstar.
More twists, more turns?
More twists and turns. What's the last you heard of the story?
The last I heard is that the game got fucking delisted.
Okay. So
got killed.
So it started as a story about a game that might be using your Switch to mine for cryptocurrency.
But it wasn't. It was actually just an argument between rights holders and the developers, yada yada.
And then the developer came, the license holder came out first and put out their big statement, basically saying, "Look, here is the bottom line. We did not approve the quality of the game that they created. We felt that this was not up to par with Cooking Mama standards, and
pretty much
when we got the game, we saw it and said this is not approved for release. So
don't release it. Don't release it.
That's our call to make, and we did not agree to it. The developer then counter retorted with a letter saying, a press or whatever it was, announcement saying, we signed a contract based on a game design with the license holders for a specific type of game with specific features and all these design elements. The game we delivered is exactly to the specifications of that contract. Thus, we are not legally breaching anything by releasing this game as is, because we have delivered upon the exact features as specified by that contract." So
this is great. I love this.
They are saying that we have done our end of the deal and we are releasing what they agreed we would release. And the license holder is saying, no, but the game is shit though. And then they're saying we're looking into legal action, but who knows?
I'm glad. This is good. I love this.
It's an issue of quality control. And if their contract did specify that they get a final approval on release, then there's nothing else to say. But if it didn't,
then they should have gotten better lawyers.
Bottom line, it says you don't got to check. Then too bad, Now, I mean, it'd be really weird if they did not put in something saying that, hey, we have to approve of the game you're putting out there. Because if
people make mistakes on all sorts of no shit all the time.
Certainly. If they delivered a game that is exactly as specified by the contract, however, the first thing you are greeted with is a large, hairy penis. Screenshot. Upon pressing the start button. You are sent a dick pic, and it is burnt into your monitor, into your
You know what I
screen.
call this? You know what I call this? I call this.
It's not breaching contract.
I call this Airbud legalese. It's nothing in the rules says dog can't play basketball. Nothing in the rules saying I can't force a dick pic at the player on the press start.
There you go. Cooking Mama Cookstar. Here's a dick. Which mode do you want to play?
You've seen it.
Would you like a tutorial? Is this your first time playing Cookstar?
At the bottom, at the bottom menu underneath, at the last option is make the dick bigger.
There you go. Yeah, man. It all comes down to the fine print. It all comes down to the fine print. And you know what? That's for them to sort out. Not the consumer. So
pretty much. I would love to see them make a horrible mistake and be like, oh crap, we didn't tell them we needed final approval, and then they go crazy, and then they can make any fucking Cooking Mama game they want with dicks in it,
as long as it doesn't defy Nintendo compliance, which unfortunately the dicks do defy Nintendo compliance.
Well, what if it's like a hidden penis?
Yeah, like what if it's like game there with the big sausage on it? There's that game where it's the big 360 game, and there's a girl eating a giant sausage, and it's like steamy.
Man, I don't know.
It's like a big steamy sausage with like fucking sweat and veins on it.
Sweat and veins on the sausage, you're saying to me?
There's a game on the 360. It's a big box.
What game is that?
I don't remember, but
Steamy sausage spiders?
Min had a copy of it, and James Small was pushing it for a while. And it was I think it was a limited edition, and it was like anime girls, and it was just full on fucking. They weren't even pretending.
That's great.
Yep. On the 360. I don't remember the name of the game, but
that's good stuff.
Record of Agarest War. Thank you very much, folks.
Wait, really?
Thank you very much.
Record of Agarest War?
Let's go grab that. Record of Agarest.
I'm looking
War
too.
Box
360. I don't see a girl eating a big old. Wait. Is that on the fancy box?
Yeah, it is on the limited edition box.
I don't see a saw. Oh, there it is. I see it.
You gotta, if you look at the big special edition box,
it's on the side.
You gotta zoom in on the side, and you see she's got the big old sausage. Big old
right
sausage.
Underneath is a girl who's bending over, and you're looking up her skirt.
Yep.
As you are wont to do.
Wooly imagined it and put it on Google. Here it is.
I'm literally looking at it right now.
So yeah.
That sausage has griddle marks, man.
It's got the grid marks. It's got the sweat. It's got the lighting. The sausage has higher texture integrity than the anime girl who's putting it in her mouth. And she's sweating.
We got to really focus on what's important here.
She's sweating trying to fit it in her mouth, by the way.
That's tough. Sometimes it's tough.
So like I said, it's kind of like that. Shout outs to anybody who didn't know about Record of Agarest War.
Isn't that like a strategy game?
Something like that. I mean, you look at the normal covers of the game, and there's a like
it's like a
big anime Nightman.
Pose.
Yeah, and a bunch of waifus and whatever.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a turn-based, grid-based strategy game. The fuck is this shit?
Dicks.
All right. Is it dicks?
Doesn't say you couldn't have dicks in it. Should have worked it out with the license holder.
I guess.
Well, anyway, let's take some letters.
Hey, can you give me 5 minutes? I'm going to use the washroom before we hit the letters.
All right, sure thing.
All right, I'll be back in momentarily.
BRB. Okay.
Hey man, what's the deal with emails?
Well, if you have one, you can send it into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Wow.
And I can officially give a full-on congratulations to any of you fucking shitasses who used the email for whatever stupid sign-up purposes for bullshit.
Oh, wonderful.
Now the spam has literally made it there's so much spam coming in that it's starting to rival the number of messages coming in, making it a nightmare to pull emails in. So,
fucking sick.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's great. It was always a problem, ever since the old days. That was a thing. But all it takes...
Any public-facing email, really.
Yeah, but just, don't be that jerk that's just like, I have to put in an email and I don't have one. I don't know. I'll just grab this. Fill in a fake one of whatever. Don't use this one. Don't be a shit, man. It just makes it annoying for no reason. It doesn't... It literally does nothing, but it's like, all right.
Well, I mean, if you had read my email,
So, it's now becoming, burdensome to have to fucking filter out all this trash because it's just at that level, and usually there's one or two, and you're like, not one or two, there's always been a ton, but it's never been to the point where it's rivaling the amount of actual questions, and it's making it harder to get the actual questions.
People are bored, they're trying to get their thrills somehow.
Well, as it gets harder and more annoying to grab these questions, I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna parse through it and dig, but it's a stupid thing that y'all can not do that. So, yes, okay. Before that, let me just verify something.
What's the deal with emails? Yes, we're aware that Mick Gordon did not mix the Doom Eternal soundtrack and that, in fact, it is mixed into garbage. We are aware.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking at right now. Mick Gordon news. Mick Gordon disapproves of Doom Eternal's OST release.
Yeah, they crushed it and mixed it terribly.
Bethesda has ruined the epic metal Doom Eternal soundtrack.
They fucked it up. So ironically enough, the rips from the game are likely going to be higher quality than the official soundtrack.
Well, that's stupid.
It sure is.
That's an easily avoidable problem. Don't let somebody who is not the guy who made the music handle the mix.
Pretty much. Or have a dedicated professional, very good mixer. Work with the guy who made the music.
Okay, so shout outs to high quality rips for now being the way to listen to the Doom Eternal soundtrack.
Hello. Rip and tear until it's done, man.
Silva Gunner holding it down. All right, so anyways, emails.
Email time. This is the sound of you writing an email. Now it was sent. What good email do we have today?
Hello, ex-Soldier Wooly and Phantom Thief Pat. I'm Augusto.
I'll live with this.
JRPGs are very hot right now. Played a lot of them in my days, including some lesser-known series, such as Shadow Hearts, Wild Arms, Romancing Saga, and many others. Do you have an underappreciated or unknown JRPG game or series that you like? Stay safe and healthy.
I mean, you just mentioned a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm. Which I wouldn't call those obscure because I feel like I've hung out with people that mention them a lot.
Nah, they're obscure. You just hang out with people who mention them a lot.
I guess. And this kind of, you know what? To be perfectly honest, so this brings to mind a recent tweet that Dai Roquetto, shout outs to Dai Roquetto and Mr. Feels Wild Ride out there holding it down with quality tweets. But Dairoketo put out a tweet that was just basically something to the effect of, "Hey yo guys, what are some old RPGs, SNES and PS1 era? I just want to make a list." And I was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, okay. And then you just saw the list, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's all the shit that like everyone that I hung out with used to talk about all the time." And it's just like, okay, here we go. Wild Arms 1 and 2, Star Ocean 2, Grandia, Thousand Arms, Lunar Silver Star Story, and Eternal Blue Complete, Guardians Crusade, Legend of Legaia, Legend of Mana, Saga Frontier 1 and 2, Brave Fencer Musashi, Alundra, Vanguard Bandits, Robo Trek, Bahamut Lagoon, Breath of Fire 1 to 4, Lufia 2, Retranslation Patch, Front Mission 3, Suikoden 2, Vagrant Story, Vandal Hearts, Live Alive, Terranigma, GOD, Growth or Devolution, Heed the Call to Awaken, Treasure of Road Dress, Legend of Dragoon, Illusion of Gaia, Valkyrie Profile, Romancing Saga, Grand Stream Saga, Thousand Arms, Tactics Ogre, Shin Megami Tensei 1 and 2.
I never in my life thought that I would ever hear you say the phrase Grand Stream Saga. As far as I can tell, I'm the only person that's ever played that game. I'm going to add one that's a DS game, so it's a little later, and you can emulate the 3DS version with perfect compatibility. I'm a big fan of Radiant Historia. That game's great.
Cool.
And Saga Frontier 1 sucks, by the way. Just saying.
Should I say the thing?
What do you want to say?
The thing.
Which is the thing?
Lost Odyssey.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That game's great.
Yeah. Reset the clock.
Lost. That game's trapped on the 360. Why is there no nothing version? Come on. Give me something.
I want to say it's because Mistwalker walked into the mist.
Exists?
It's because Mistwalker walked into the mist.
It's sad. I also noticed Blue Dragon was not on that list, and it should not be.
Well, that's also not a PlayStation 1 or SNES era, but yeah. Eternal Sonata was in The Office. I remember watching that get tested for a while. True. Yep.
Eternal Sonata was pretty, but the plot was so fucking stupid.
Chopin.
Oh, it's Chopin's deathbed. Oh, so none of the games matter? It's just a dream? La 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 la. Like, all right.
Last Remnant. Yeah, that thing had a cool cover. Lufia 2. I liked Lufia 2's ability to... I like that the monsters are on the map. I like that. You can see the monsters.
There's a part of Lufia 2 that's just aggressively broken. There's like a single map in the game that's just glitched out to fuck because it was coded bad.
I just remember that feeling of like, oh, the battles aren't random. I can see them coming. You can't avoid them,
nice.
But I do enjoy that, you know. Well, anyway. Here we got one coming in from Sean says, "Dear Wooly and Mind Goblins, I started playing Vermintide 2 with some friends, and our session wrapped up. I visited the subreddit only to be met with the sentiment that if you're not playing on the hardest difficulty, you're not playing the real game. I was already bummed by this thought process by Payday 2, where unless you play on one down Death Wish, then why bother? What's your opinion on anything below the top tier being thought of as the tutorial? There are the dozens of hours I spend playing and enjoying the game on normal wasted time. Should I just suck it up? Yours truly, Sean."
The people who hang out on that subreddit are playing that game as their online game of choice every single day. So to them, those modes are boring as piss because they have wrung out every possible iota of enjoyment out of everything other than the most bleeding edge, super difficult content. You see it in MMOs constantly, where there's an entire genre of person who raids Savage or like Ultimate or whatever, and they're just like, man, these fucking Care Bear casual can't believe that. Oh, I'm doing my dailies. Like,
I'd call that a subgenre.
Yeah, it's Fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
They're awful.
Yeah, no. Difficulty elitism is stupid. At the same time, an intended and when a developer creates an intended experience that is like very very highly detailed and has a lot of attention to detail, there's something to be said about, like, I love that, we love that in Devil May Cry you start easy and you work your way up, right? You practice.
If that game started on DMD, those no one would care about those games,
at all.
Like,
you have to work your way up. It's you got to practice your combos, and then you get better and better. And then as you do, you are met. You with
want something
challenges
to rise up to.
Yeah. So I think that's totally fine. If the game, and then there's the things where, like, sometimes the naming conventions are different. Like remember God Hand, right? Where, like, normal is hard and hard is God and all that shit gets muddled around. But at the end of the day, you really just, like, if you're especially if it's a game that's like PvE, or whatever, it's like you're playing for yourself, man. Like, if you're enjoying it and that's how you want to play it, then, like, yeah, don't let people, like, shit on you about that. And I guess there's no way to talk about this without immediately going into Souls discussion. Right.
I actually have a slightly more interesting and less overused discussion, which is Pathologic 2. Pathologic 2 shipped with no difficulty selection whatsoever. It was then later patched in to have slightly easier difficulties. However, when you go to the slider, it literally says, "Don't use this." The game is meant to be brutal and stressful and upsetting. And it's like, okay. Like, it's super bizarre. Like, it is the equivalent of the game starts on DMD.
Never forget.
And it literally allows you to turn it back to hard.
Never forget, Alien Soldier. There are 2 settings: super easy and super hard.
Yeah.
And that's it. That is all. Yes. So some games do that. Some games don't have difficulty settings. They're just built the way they are. And that's on the dev. Dev can do that.
Yeah.
Dev can make the game however they want. You don't have to force them to make it a certain way. But if there are options and they are available, then you should not feel shame or bad if you want to play on them.
Yeah. Like everyone says, Dark Souls needs an easy mode. The fact that game has a leveling system of any kind means that it has a built-in easy mode. You just have to work a little bit to unlock it.
The only reason why roses are red, violets are delectable, you're not worthy as my opponent, easy now is now selectable, is a big burn on us. On you.
It's because we've beaten these games 10 times, and we should never have to see that.
So for us, we play a lot of Devil May Cry, so that's like, LOL, haha, you loser, you fucking
oops.
You know better.
Like, well, I haven't played DMC 3 in like 9 years, so it's like, difficulty Johns, indeed.
F1 racer double parks his car, LOL. So yeah, it's just that. But, like, for whatever purpose, if you're playing something and you pick the appropriate difficulty, then that's fine. In fact, we talked about options earlier. One of the coolest games when it comes to difficulty is Way of the Pacifist, because Way of the Pacifist has 2 settings. One changes how the enemies react to you. One changes, like, enemy behavior, and the other changes your ability to make mistakes. And they're separate settings from each other. And, like, you can make it so that, like, you still make the same number of mistakes, but the enemy rhythm doesn't change. It stays where it's at, and you can still get the challenge from that or not or whatever. So, and it lets you move both of those things around to create the perfect custom difficulty you like. It was pretty cool. that you can tweak all those individual things. And also, even if you don't let if you don't let the player tweak things like that, which, you know, it's awesome when you do, but if you don't do that, then it's nice when you tell people what each setting changes.
Yeah.
It's nice when you tell them, you know, hey, enemies hit harder, you can't heal as much, saves are one and done, or not at all.
I think one of the better difficulty modes I've ever encountered was actually in a really old game. And I think it's Silent Hill 2 onwards, in which there's action difficulty and puzzle difficulty. And there are 5 different sets of every puzzle in the game that have different amounts of clues, different solutions, etc. And the highest level ones are fucking impossible. I don't know how anyone is supposed to actually complete them. They give you shit all for hints. And it's like, fucking, I hope you know your Shakespeare. And for one of them in the bookstore that I remember. And it's like, it's totally absurd. It's totally absurd. But hey, it's there for you if you want super, super, super hard puzzles and piss easy action. You know?
Have you seen the classic mode of FF7 Remake?
Yeah.
What's that like?
It's fucking hilarious.
Because it sounds from the description as it sounds like it's like the battles are automatic. You just wait for ATB.
So what it is that you have easy mode, which is just much easier, which I put on to grind some shit out, and then didn't realize that's a system level setting, and was playing a little bit of my stream on easy mode and thought I was doing really well until somebody asked me to check it, and I was like, boo, I'm dumb. But classic is easy mode,
system level set like.
So what happened is, because I had to re-record the shit.
Yeah. Right.
I loaded up and re-recorded it on easy so I could go through super fast. And then later I loaded up my later save, but the difficulty selector is not in the save game. It's a system save. So when I loaded my later save,
it reset
was still
to that.
Easy.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
And I was genuinely confused when I encountered that. But classic is easy mode, so like much more damage for you, much less damage for them. But the character that you play as, their AI is turned on.
Okay.
As if you weren't controlling them.
Yes.
And if you want to run around and still do stuff, you can. But that's the main difference.
So you kind of run out of the way of certain attacks if they're charging up, and then otherwise...
Yeah, your character does the thing where they walk forward, blocking a lot.
Will they cast spells on their own at all?
No.
Okay, you have to do all the ATBs.
No, nobody uses an ATB ever on their own in that game.
Okay. It sounds...
Hey, dude, you hear about hard mode?
No.
FF7 has a unlockable hard mode.
Really?
And it is lit. It is super good.
Really?
The game has a static level, so it assumes you're going in at the cap.
And everything scales to a quarter.
No, there's no scale. It's just everything is the cap.
But but every enemy gets set to a certain point.
Pretty much, they all get set to level 50.
And then and then you just run with that.
Yeah, and
interesting.
Items are turned off entirely.
Ooh.
And you don't regenerate MP at benches.
Persona.
And enemies get new attacks, and there are more encounters.
That's rad. That's super rad. They did that work? That's super rad. That's cool. Okay. MP regeneration is that's one of those bits in Persona that fucking I'm like, oh my god, I hate this. Spells are nerfed. Spells are nerfed as a problem solver. Okay, so you got to rely mostly on abilities, huh?
Yeah.
Can't exploit
Hope
weaknesses.
you have chakra and pray.
Oh man.
And there are super bosses that are only available in hard mode.
Okay, but you can still run around and slash boxes open and get your MP back.
Yeah, but that's pretty much the only way you can get them back.
Jesus. Or grind
that and in battle regeneration.
grind for ethers out of battle.
No, Wooly, items are off.
In battle.
All items are always off.
No matter what. God damn. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Items
Okay.
are gone.
Not just in game. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was in battle too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
people were like, no, items might as well not exist.
Whoa.
So level up that revived materia.
Yeah, that doesn't really. I'm just thinking. There's you can play the game without ever using them. So yeah, that makes sense. That's really hard. That's really
super
hard.
Excited to go through it again. I'm super excited.
That sounds very difficult. Some enemies are gonna be fucks. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was going to just say that I was talking about Way of the Passive Fist earlier. It's 4 different sliders that the game gives you for difficulty setting. The first one is enemy strength. The second one is encounters. The third one is combo mastery. And the fourth one is resourcefulness. So you can tweak all 4 of these to customize the type of experience you want to get. You know.
That's cool, man.
Rad. Really, really, really good. Yeah. So... Anyway, all right, let's take this one here. Oh, and yeah, the follow-up was, what do you feel? How do you feel about games where they name the real game hard, whereas normal is like a fake difficulty of easy or something like that?
I think that Halo did the best of any game ever, and that is what is it? Something. What are the first 2? I fucking forget. But the third one is heroic, and the fourth one is legendary. And when you mouse over heroic, it goes, "This is the intended difficulty from the development team. This is the best way to play Halo."
That's it. It doesn't matter what words you call it, whether you say "give me a story" or "give me Deus Ex." As long as you give a descriptor of it and you tell people what's happening in it, then if it says fucking nonsense gibberish and it says this is the intended experience, then you go, cool, that's what I'm going for.
So like Doom, it's fairly obvious that normal is a little too easy, and that ultra violence is probably what they wanted you to go for.
Mm-hmm. In some cases, the design or like the changes like actually fuck up the design. One of the best ones I can think of is Ikaruga. Has a hard mode, but the hard mode fucks up the game's design because it's
just too much.
It sends back bullets of the opposite color whenever you destroy something.
Yeah.
And there are sequences of this game that are like musical in their design of how you swap colors and absorb things. And like it fucks up that flow so much that no one who plays for points really considers that, you know? Like they're like, no, the intent, like all the design shows itself in the normal mode, and then this kind of just adds a random factor that is like, you know, way less interesting because it's a lot less, like, not just less fun, but it's like you can see where it's like they didn't mean for that bullet to be there in this sequence, you know? So yeah,
there are a lot of games in which the higher difficulty mode is probably a lot to ask of people who are not familiar, but it is a more enjoyable way to play the game, and maybe on like replay, right? So Evil Within's an interesting one, where like Resident Evil 2 hardcore mode is a genuinely more enjoyable way to play that game because enemies just they're not as easy to stun, basically. So you have to actually deal with them a little more often. Whereas Evil Within 2, I tried it on the harder difficulties, and it just felt like enemies could see you from much further away, and playing well was more about cheesing the system than actually playing it. And I felt like miserable playing through it.
And they changed between 1 and 2. That's. I feel like one of the weird ones that comes to mind is, I'm trying to remember the details of it, but you ever play Mega Man Zero?
Yeah.
Mega Man Zero had a fucked continue system and difficulty.
Don't remember what it was.
It was some bullshit where usually Mega Man, you got your lives, you got your attempts, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Mega Man had Mega Man Zero was you had the overworld and you had 3 continues or something, and then when those are gone, that's it. Your whole it was something super brutal about it. It's been so long.
Wait, really? For the whole game?
It was you get 3 retries on a save file, and then reset to the start. Yeah.
Get that. Oh.
Yeah. It was crazy. It was really stupid with that. You get a game over, and then you're fucking just done. In that, and furthermore, you get these cyber elves, which were your little your little temporary buffs and power ups and abilities.
Mm-hmm.
But they were one use only for the entire game. So you have these consumables. It's the ultimate info. You want to talk mind goblins, right? Cyber elves in Mega Man Zero literally created a little there's a little Tetris almost puzzle on your pause screen of all the little options you can get, all these little elves that do things. And as soon as you use them, they're gone forever. So they're one and done, and then they die. And then that thing gets grayed out forever. So as you collect these abilities, if you don't, it's all the downsides of using consumables on a Dark Souls run.
Yeah.
Except you only have one consumable once, and you cannot get it back.
That's awful.
There's no way to get it back on that save. You're done. Restart the game. So
that's just terrible.
Under what circumstance is it ever the correct time to use any of these unless it's the last fight of the game?
Never.
It was the worst, dude. It was the absolute worst. I fucking hated it. Yeah. And on top of that, like I said, if they literally gray out on your select screen, you know? I feel like Mega Man X3, when you switch to Zero, it was similarly if he dies, then he's gone. So you get
so don't use him.
You can use him, but just don't die with him.
Yeah, but it's the first time I'm playing the game, so I'm gonna die.
Well, yeah. So Mega Man 01, just fucking went insane with that shit. And I feel like there's another aspect to the difficulty that I'm forgetting too that was extra little go fuck yourself. But yeah.
So
the Mega Man Zero collection adds a save assist feature to fix. Here we go. I found a post. Sorry. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say I feel like it was gonna be a little in depth, so you go ahead and hit the save assist first.
Okay. Yeah, no mission redo. Right. So the big issue with the old Zero games is they're stupidly hard to the point where the live system will actively annoy you or sabotage you in 01. Ranks are heavily affected by deaths to the point where getting a good rank after a death is basically impossible. Basically these are now effectively gone with the save assist into the games, which they added. Right, there's a ranking system that gets fucked over if you have to retry and you don't one-shot a mission. And,
oh my god!
And
come on!
And and then you try missions and then you get locked out of them. You tried and failed. Fuck you! That mission's failed forever.
Oh my god! Fuck off!
It was so crazy. It was what are you doing with this system? They really wanted to make a new game in a new world and just feel completely different. And obviously they succeeded in making a whole, you're running around as Zero, but the world itself is all connected. You can just walk all the way over to the boss area, if you want. They're all a part of a giant 2D map. But using cyber elves hurts your rankings as well. You will miss mechanics if you suck. There's some shit where you have to grind out doing certain attacks a certain amount of times to level up the weapons too. But some weapons are obviously better than others, so you're just going to want to use the better weapons and level those up and not use the shittier weapons. It
sounds like shit, dude.
So then you got to take a shittier weapon and go out to the area and just farm using that same thing, killing things with the shitty weapon to level. Like, they tried so hard to make it so different, and it just ended up with all these dumb little things. When you're like, couldn't you just make me pick a boss and go to a stage and fight the boss?
No, shut up. It's different.
You gotta grind, but don't fail to speedrun on every level. Then S-rank everything. Never die ever.
So there's a part
if you
of
don't
difficulty.
speedrun, your score is gonna drop.
There's a part of difficulty we barely touched on because it's somewhat rare, but I look at games like XCOM, which offer the Iron Man mode.
Yes.
And I think Iron Man is super cool, but then I think back to every game I've ever played that has an Iron Man mode. I have had characters get fucking killed by bugs. Every single game, like a Pillars of Eternity, Pillars of Eternity 2, fucking XCOM 2, etc. I have had characters like get shot through items they shouldn't get shot, or spells hit in the wrong place and shit like that, and just like
ate shit to a grunt.
It's like can't deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you that's why you press the button, right? That's why you turn it on, after all.
Like people are saying like bugs in quotation marks, and it's like I vividly remember a fantastic clip that you and I and Liam were part of our character's gun clipping through a sectoid's face.
Yep.
And they turn it away to miss. And it's like and that was because of a bug. That was because we were not correctly getting a flanking bonus because of something to do with the corner.
Yeah. No, there's these turns when you play Into the Breach on hard. There's these turns where you're like, okay, I'm using the ice mech team, and one of these things freezes itself every time it uses its ability.
Right.
And because we're on hard, there are now like 4 Vec spawn points and like 5 bugs on the field. But you have to somehow make sure that none of the buildings get hurt or none of your fucking mechs get hurt and one of your things is frozen. And you're like, come on, hard mode.
Like, how is that even possible?
I have 2 units, not 3. I have 2 units to stop 5 bugs and 4 spawn points. Go.
How is it even possible?
It is not, is the answer. It is not, you know? Hope that your building protection percentage is high, or take the damage on your mechs. But yeah, that game has these moments where you're like, this turn cannot be done, you know. And if every once in a while it'll have a moment almost where it realizes where it's set up too much bullshit, because it's like you only get like 3 units, and then it'll have like 4 start to attack, and the 5th one will just be like, I'm not attacking this turn.
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna
yeah, and you never know which one it'll happen with, you know? But every once in a while, it'll just be like, okay, yeah, there's 4 on the field. I'll just not attack, you know? But you see these things set up, and you're like, this is done. This is out. One bad turn and we're fucked. God forbid you're trying to complete an objective, like protect the train, you know, or stop the power plant from blowing up. God forbid. All right. Quick one here from let's see. Josh says, "Hey, Bunk Madden and Patrick McNulty. I used my quarantine to finally binge The Wire. I now fucking love The Wire. Talk more about The Wire. P.S. Found out that Michael B. Jordan played Wallace after recently watching Creed 2. There you go. The Wire is amazing.
That was the start, wasn't it?
The Wire is amazing.
Wire's great. You all have time to binge The Wire.
It's a very.
I know you all have time.
This is the time to go binge The Wire or The Sopranos. You can go get one of those shows under your belt and not regret it. You will not regret it. It's good shit.
Wire's great. I like The Wire.
Yep.
Where's Wallace, man? He's instigating a race war in Black Panther.
He's also the human torch.
He's also Apollo Creed's son.
Dear man who dresses like his mom's kitchen wallpaper and spheroid cube herald. As Pat said earlier, Half-Life has been a first and foremost game series that serves as a technical showcase. However, there's quite a few series like that, Crysis, Star Fox, and so on. How would you say that the various tech benchmark games hold up against each other? Thanks from the Drake. Hey, Drake.
I think Crysis 1 holds up like shit.
Well, apples and oranges in the sense that I don't want to compare them against each other, and because like the fuck, they're different things entirely. I feel like every Mario game is or every major Mario release, you can tell the ones that are the big ones are like supposed to be the Nintendo benchmarks. Yeah, the reason why they won't make Star Fox is because they have nothing to show off, right? They don't want to just make one for the sake of the franchise, which is like really stupid because it's awesome.
Crysis 1 holds up like shit because its CPU shit is poorly optimized.
What about those super settings? Remember the super settings for the future?
Yeah.
Did that ever work?
I don't know. Warhead apparently fixes that shit, but as a result of not being able to play Crysis 1, it gave me a bad taste, and I was like, fuck Crysis. Don't care. Out of the tech games, I'd probably say the Half-Life games probably hold up the best. Because the tech was great, but the games are also incredible.
Pre-Source Engine, how was the physics stuff?
What physics stuff?
There was none, right?
None.
So every time there was like wires unplugging from a wall and plugging it into
there weren't.
Okay.
That mechanic didn't exist.
Was it just a button on a wall?
Sure was.
Just press the button. Okay.
Yeah. So Half-Life, Half-Life is so old that its claim to fame was it was the first PC game that used scripting a lot. So the fact that events occurred at all was like mind-blowing.
As you walk past the threshold.
Like it is difficult to even properly understand how fucking primitive games were right before Half-Life 1 came out.
Were grenades still bullshit?
Yeah.
Okay.
They sure were.
They're fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
The worst grenades ever. Or best, depending on what you're looking for. If you like a grenade that has an explosion and then a hurt box that extends 5 times beyond that explosion.
Well, here's the problem. That's how grenades work.
I know. I know. It's not the fucking boom. It's the shrapnel.
Yeah.
I know. I totally know.
But from a visual perspective,
from a video game perspective, the fire is the hurt. And if the fire doesn't touch, then no hurt.
Yeah.
Super duper true. It's totally exactly it. Yeah. Blast radius. All right. Well.
Yeah, apparently air pushing up against your body does weird stuff to your inner goo.
No fire, no hurt.
That's how it feels anyway.
If you step on a landmine and then you jump really fast so that the fire doesn't touch you,
you'll be good. You'll be fine.
You're good.
That is not real advice. Don't.
Okay. Well, I hear you, but also that correction implies that someone within listening of this is capable of stepping on a landmine in their immediate area.
Every time I think about landmines, you know what I think about? End of Bad Boys 2.
Don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember?
No.
They shoot the bad guy and he falls backward and lands on a landmine and he gets exploded.
Okay.
And his like torso lands between them.
Okay.
And then they realize that, oh man, there's landmines everywhere.
Every time I think of landmines, I think of Front Towards Enemy and Frank Castle and doing fucking Punisher Max shit.
Front, insanely dangerous things that have like completely like instructions for babies on them is terrifying to me. Like aim away from person, aim towards enemy. Like fuck.
If you're listening to this podcast and there are active landmines within a 1 mile radius of you, let me know. I'm curious to know if there's an active minefield somewhere near you.
I literally saw somebody in this chat go, there are mines in my area.
Oh, man. Oh, God. Fuck. I live in Detroit. What? Wait, what?
Well, you know how it is, man. You
Wait,
know how it is.
hold on. Wait. Like, at what point?
Don't you remember?
When did that happen?
A couple years ago.
I know
they
when
didn't talk too much about it.
When the law pulled out, did landmines start coming in?
Yeah.
Because that's a whole other level. Like street landmines, I didn't think we were there yet.
Oh yeah, no. The Detroit landmine's been there for a bit. Yeah, that's real.
I was not aware.
It's not real. I'm joking. Detroit's not even a real place.
Okay, and last one here, coming in from Tim, says, Yo, Wool Guy and Pat Sabella, Gus Hornblend here. I often bounce back and forth between Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft from time to time, both with their big pros and bigger cons. To my delight, WoW appears to finally have started stealing quality of life features from FF14, like the auction house
long
UI,
enough.
level syncing, main scenario quest adventure structure, Shadowland bringers, etc. Which I feel have drastically improved the game. Do you have any competing game series that you wish would really just steal more from each other? I think yes. So, okay, it is a little bit obvious because we just spent the beginning of this podcast talking about something I always talk about, which is
fighting games.
It's the obvious answer. You've heard us say it for years, so obviously that is, duh. So let's go for the non-obvious answer there. I think that character action games can learn from each other. I would love Bayonetta to adopt the Proud Souls system.
Oh yeah, that's a good system
from DMC4. I think that'd be great. I would love for Bayonetta to adopt the try button in Bayo 3. To see exactly what a move is before you commit to it, because most of us are going to try to get all moves before the end of the LP or whatever, but I want to make sure that you can know what you're going to like first, what you should prioritize, Proud Souls lets you refund. What a Proud Soul is in DMC4 specifically is lets you buy a move, and if you don't like the move, you can refund it and spend it on a different move to try it out. I like that. I like being able to see what moves I like and what abilities I like and what I don't like and know for sure.
Trying to come up with something, and I'm having trouble, I'll be honest. I wish more honestly, it's kind of redundant, but I wish more games had more options commiserate with stuff that I see in like Resident Evil and Doom Eternal. Mm-hmm. Like just shit tons of stuff. Doom Eternal is like the gold standard. There are like 10 different colorblind options. It's incredible.
Oh yeah, Apex had some great colorblind options. Yeah, they had like 5 or 4.
Now, I'm not colorblind, despite what many of you may think. But for those of you who are colorblind as shit, I assume you all appreciate that.
I think every character action game should steal the Void. I think
the Void's good. I like that.
A practice room is absolutely awesome and perfect and should exist. Mm-hmm.
Or like a fast forward on any RPG that has random battles. Like one of the best things.
Fast forward or Earthbound level stomp on the overworld.
One of the best things the not golden. Christ, I keep doing that. Royal added is Ryuji's old move that would just insta delete battles when you ambush people if you're high enough level. That has been changed to give you the experience and persona and money out of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, good. I'm high enough level that this shit's a joke. Why do I even need to do it?
Show me your true form. Dead.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Stomping on the overworld in Earthbound is cool. That's a nice one. And then the fast forward feature if you do end up in the fight, of course. Yeah, that's quality of life. That's good. Yeah, totally. And I don't know if there's any like left field genre ones.
If I look at my Steam list, I bet. You know what? Reminds me of Pillars of Eternity 1 came out, and only the really important mainline story dialogue in that game was voiced. And then they were like, when asked about it, they're like, dude, that's so expensive and ridiculous to do that. That's dumb. Come on. What do you take us for? And then Divinity Original Sin 2 came out, which has way more dialogue, and every single line of dialogue is voiced.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, we just did it. And then Pillars 2 came out, and every single line of dialogue is voiced. And it's just like, yes.
I brought it up last week, and it's relevant in this question, so I'll say it again. The timer that pauses in FF7R.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's
a good one.
The top of the list.
I recently saw that for the first time. I was like very impressed.
So good.
Oh, I have one. Every single game that has gear progression and stats needs to have some kind of glamour transmog item, make it look like a different item. Monster Hunter, their next update comes out with a couple monsters, is going to finally, for the first time ever, have the official ability to change the look of your weapon to a different weapon.
Yep,
which is like the biggest deal.
Yes, that's because that's the one thing I was fucking piss babying about. You know.
Well, I mean, that's going to be end game, so you're still going to piss baby. But
I just think the game would be really cool if you can do that. That'd be great.
You know, it's like, come on. Nobody wants to look like the best hunter in the world, but they're a slapdash bunch of shit.
Okay. How about this? Would you like to buy the Demon's Edge? Yes. Do you want to sell your katana?
Yes.
Would you like to equip the Demon's Edge?
Yes.
Done.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Very, very helpful.
Simple. Just do it right here. We're in the shop. You know I'm going to do this.
You know I'm just going to sell it instantly.
You know this is what's happening. You know what I want my money to do. I'm replacing the thing I'm holding. Take what I'm holding. In Dokapon Kingdom, it even shows you the discount.
Yeah.
It goes, cool. Okay, we're going to sell you this, and we're going to subtract the cost of the thing you're holding. Because you don't even have you don't have to switch between them. You have you wear one, you know? So it's like, yeah, do you want to sell it? Yeah, of course you do. You want to put this on right now? Fuck yeah. Done. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Make shopping easier. Minimize that time. And, you know, sorting options is always nice, and putting little highlights next to items that you haven't examined yet and things like that. You know, all of that. All right. So, that'll do it. And we're going to have
that'll do it for them that are emails there.
So, hey, once again, you want to check our stuff out? Check out Wooly Versus, Twitch and YouTube. Wooly Wolves on Twitter. You might like what's going on. We got a new LP starting this week to switch off between Dokapon sessions with. So we're going to be basically alternating between new LP and Dokapon for the time being. So look forward to that starting on Tuesday.
All right, yeah, you come on down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. You can check out some FF7, some P5 Royal, and also me and Peach Saliva will bicker while this adorable baby cat is right here. Beep, 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 beep. Good baby. We still got some FF7 shit to talk about, right?
Yes, we do. So we're going to talk about that in the spoilercast part 2. This is up to chapter 14 ending / beginning of chapter 15.
That's correct.
And that spoilercast starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time to close chat. I can't see you guys anymore. Get the fuck out of my face. So, game's great. I love it. Mm-hmm. A minor point that I want to point out, which is Cloud's dealing with Tifa finding him in drag is better than I could have ever imagined. Going, yes, I know, nailed it. Moving on. Wow. He knows he's killing it. He knows.
He does. Yes. Like there. So you were wondering. I was wondering how they're gonna handle that scene, and they classed it up.
Yeah.
They classed it up. You know.
Andrea is a significant improvement over Bubby.
Right. And they just turned the whole thing into a single moment as opposed to a multi-part quest of getting the dress, getting the wig, getting all the parts of it. The entire
it is a multi-part quest. It's just hidden from you.
There, sure. But it is entirely done in the form of like one moment on stage in a very RuPaul's Drag Race kind of way.
Where did Cloud learn how to dance?
So at first in the practice run, when he's using his fighting to figure it out, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. He's swinging the sword around, and he's like, I can sword to the rhythm, because that's me. But then later on, he just adapts the moves and starts dancing like a fucking member of BTS
troop or whatever.
BTS, and I'm like, all right, there it is. Now you're doing what your hair says you should be able to do.
Pretty much, yeah. So that was a great little improvement.
It's like look at Reno can dance. Look at Reno.
Yeah. The thing we really got to talk about was the bullet point that I walked away from my stream with the other day, which was going up to that plate and seeing ghosts just physically attacking people to make sure that they die.
Mm-hmm.
And them failing to kill good old Wedge.
Mm-hmm.
Flat out.
Wedge eats shit the same way.
So yeah, I don't know if you remember what it looked like in the original.
I do.
He eats shit from the top of the tower.
Splats to the bottom, gets a few words out, Dunsky.
Like, right? He is dead, man. He is dead.
This time around, Grappling Hook manages to soften the blow.
Cuts the fall into 2 falls, basically.
And then he is then later able to fucking be okay because they pick him up, right? And he's like, he's unconscious, but he's all right. Then later, it's like, nah, you're going to get your cats or whatever? Get the fuck back in. You're not allowed to live, says the retcon ghost.
And I'm like, oh no.
He's gonna get it hard. Final destination is like, no, Wedge, you're supposed to die.
But then
you go underground.
Magically clears a path, and the cats must have dragged him down there or some shit. And you're like, oh, and it's the underground research lab that was mentioned earlier in the game and was vaguely hinted at in some compilation of FF7 stuff in which you fight some Mako Reactor Soldier Reject Freakazoids.
And you see some bodies in some vials.
And I'm like, I know exactly what this location is called. This location is called Deep Ground. Are you familiar with Deep Ground?
No.
Deep Ground is a Shinra occupation force made out of soldiers and soldier rejects that was intended to come up post cataclysmic disaster to like reacquire Shinra's hold on the planet. Deep Ground are the antagonists of one Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus.
Okay.
And then right when you're about to walk into the tubes where the people that you fight in Deep Ground are,
yeah,
the retcon ghosts go, no,
get the fuck out of there.
You can't be here. That's sequel shit.
Okay. So that room with the tubes was straight up Dirge of Cerberus.
Is where like the named antagonist characters from Deep Ground would be.
In Dirge of Cerberus.
Like way in the back.
Okay, okay.
And it's like, okay, that's not supposed to happen. That's wrong.
It also canonizes that.
Well, I don't know how much you've been paying attention, but there's a lot of stuff that gets canonized in that game. There's ads for Benora White apples in the reactor, right? Which are the dumb apples from Crisis Core.
The Crisis Core ads, yeah.
When you look at the description of the Buster Sword, it says that it's a legendary sword that has inherited the will of those who fight.
Yes, which implies something if you're Cloud, but if you know the deal, you're like, oh no,
it's actually about Angeal.
It's about
Angeal
and all that.
Yeah. No, that there's a lot going on, like just under the surface. And one of the things that I'm noticing as I'm going through the games is like we discover in the fight against them with Jesse is that the ghosts are tangible to some degree
when they want to be.
You can hit them with stuff
when they want to be.
Basically, if they want to stop you, they have to be pseudo tangible.
Yes,
it seems
they become corporeal for those moments, and then otherwise they just swarm.
You're getting the crew that we're all familiar with is actually considerably more capable than I remember them being. Like they're doing really well overall at beating up the bad dudes. And what happens is you're heading to the plate, and it appears that you've made it to the plate early. Right? And the ghosts attempt to stop you, and they fail because you beat them up.
You do.
And
in fact, the second fight was way easier than the first one.
Yeah. And you get to the top of the tower and all that shit's happening and the plate's falling and the ghosts go ham to stop you from stopping the plate. But as a result, Wedge and tons of people that should die make it out.
So two things that are really cool. One, when Jesse's talking, you see them start to pile up behind her on her last line. And it's like they don't even have to do anything. They're just in the shot. And you're like, okay, that's a nice touch. But that's what I was going to ask you is, how do you feel about the fact that there was an evacuation?
It's crazy. Like that. So they even talk about it briefly. It's like Shinra is very disappointed because it was supposed to be like an unprecedented hyper tragedy.
But so many people made it out.
9/11 of Midgar.
Yeah.
And as a result, it's like, it's a disaster.
Okay, now guess what?
But like tons of people get out.
Now here's the problem. I'm Shinra.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, that's the moment that like makes you go, holy fuck these people, right? And you're supposed to have that moment be a paradigm shift that, to be honest, never quite goes away until even when the credits roll on the game. By the time you beat the game, there's nothing quite still on the level of like they pancaked an entire city of people. Don't
forget the people who live on top of the plate.
It's not just the disgusting rats that live below. It's everyone in the normal suburbs above as well. It's psychotically evil.
Part of that is the ongoing attempt to connect the dots for why Cloud and the gang would not just try and murder Reno and Rude the instant they ever see them ever again. because I don't know how well you remember the first one, but Reno in the original was all about dropping the plate.
So that's what's crazy.
I did not give a shit.
So that's the thing, right? And I'm like, here's the bit now, right? I fucking love the Turks. They're super cool guys, but you have to totally acknowledge that Reno jumps off that helicopter and goes, I'm smacking this button. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Right.
And it's like they make a deal out of it. It's like they don't like the mission. They don't want to be there. The only reason Reno gets fired up is because he has a personal petty little shit with Cloud.
And
Rude does not get fired up.
No, but he joins and you get an early reward in the form of fighting both of them instead of just one of them.
Which in the original, you fought Reno and lose.
Yeah.
And
he gets the fuck out.
You dramatically stomp them.
And also you get the co-op moment, right? Yeah. Explosion, glasses, hand on the shoulder.
I like how they've integrated Rude's secret crush on Tifa into cutscenes as well as gameplay. Rude will never attack Tifa ever. Ever.
Really?
And
I didn't notice that.
That's always been a thing. Even in the original, he does not attack her. Here you see him like in cutscenes like actively sabotaging the mission when Reno goes to shoot her.
Oh yeah. Right.
It's cool. And if
he goes, what was that about? Yeah.
Man. And if you attack Rude with Tifa, he like dodges behind her and like claps the back of her neck like a ninja thing, and she falls over.
That did happen to me.
Then he switches targets.
Yes. Okay. Right. Also, when you switch to, isn't there a point where you switch to Aerith and Reno is like, get out of here, girl. You know, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's a lot more like chill.
He's just like, listen, get out of the way. You know what I mean? He kind of just is super dismissive.
The plate is when stuff starts to really fly off the rails because I don't know if you remember, Aerith takes Marlene home, all the way home in the original, and then gets grabbed by Sang at the house, and then they show up on the helicopter during the plate sequence.
And Sang talks to you from the helicopter and tells you about all the shit.
And then she tries to warn you, oh, Marlene's at the house, and then Sang like backhands her back into the helicopter.
Yes, exactly. Right.
Here, she's like, nah, we'll make a deal, and it's a lot more friendly.
Also, like that backhand is a very clear, oh my God, go get her. This is bad.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, you have to like plead with her mom,
Elmira,
to be like, hey, can we go get her? Because, you know. So here's the weird thing about that too, is I know this is accurate to the flow of events, right? But it was weird for me how, like, the plates fall, you walk through town, everyone's fucked up. Barrett is like emotionally scarred and he's like, oh my God, what's going on? And then he's like, oh wait, there's a chance she's alive. Please, dude, give me something to hold on to, right? And then you get there and like there's just a bit of a feeling where I was just like, everyone should be freaking the fuck out, not just the NPCs. Everyone should be talking about nothing but how many people just died. This is insane.
Yeah, it's because it's the craziest thing. Like the sky literally falls.
The sky fell, right? And like I'm like, there's almost like, and thank God they still give it those moments a little bit after their house, right? You have that scene with Tifa going like, holy shit, and everything, and there's really just this kind of like, oh God, what do we do now? But in the moment of the tragedy, I'm looking for like what the like a complete breaking of what of your understanding, right? And there's a couple of characters that like kind of don't behave in a way I would expect them to behave, given that the sky just fell. One of them is you run by Andreas at the market, and he's like, I will be preparing a show in these times. It is needed more than ever. You're welcome to join me if you like on the stage awaiting you, you know? And I'm like, you should I'm like, that's a ridiculous, like that's what he would say, but it's also like, dude, like it's seconds ago. It happened seconds ago, right?
It's the craziest thing that has literally ever happened
in your entire life. Secondly, running back to Aerith's house, and then you have a discussion about the ancients. It's like, the dust is still on your faces.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The dust is still caked on your faces.
That run back gives me something that I was wanting an answer to the whole game so far, which is Cloud starts tripping his balls, right?
Yes.
And Steph starts taunting him as he likes to do.
Yes.
And we get a good reaction shot from Tifa where she turns around and Cloud is just freaking out
at nothing. Yes. And but you like, okay, so if I'm not mistaken, that moment in the original, he ends up on the floor. He has a flashback, he has a moment, and then I am
all but certain that moment does not actually occur in the original.
There's
Sephiroth you run into precious
not
Midgar.
Sephiroth. It's a Zakback, right? Or rather, an ancient voice, a voice of the ancients talking to him in this moment, where like basically like he gets live stream in him, and then he drops to the ground, and then they kind of go, "Dude, are you okay?" And they wake him back up off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well I went back to look at it, right? But there's a scene in the original where Cloud literally falls to the ground and blacks out, and they pick him back up, and then you start running through the underground passage. You know?
Okay. There's a lot of little details that come through. So, one is we find out that those yellow flowers that Aerith always keeps
symbolize reunion.
And you're like,
of course they do.
But earlier in the game, when she gives it to you, she says that these are for parted lovers reuniting.
Mm-hmm.
And she gives it to Cloud, who actually gives it to Tifa.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, that's a nice little, cute. But fuck all that. Aerith gets to the bar, leans down, gives Marlene a hug, and we get what I thought was Cloud's flashback filter.
Except
it's not Cloud's flashback filter. It's a generic vision filter. And the kid literally looks at her and goes, "Oh, you what?" And Aerith gives a little like a fucking wink and a nod to you,
and
to
goes,
the camera.
Hey, Marlene. Now that you know, shut the fuck up, okay? And then later on,
I went from
Marlene is like, "Oh, that lady. Never mind."
Yeah. And that's when I went from, oh, some funky stuff is going on, or like maybe there are some scattered pieces, right? To no, there is an explicit foreknowledge of events.
100%.
A lot of events.
Do you remember the line where she's like, we can still save as many people as we can still save as many people as possible, and then Tifa says something to the effect of, "You sound like it already happened."
Yeah.
Or is something
the other thing
she says
is
something
at the beginning of the
she says something to the effect of like, she kind of just acknowledges you're not going to stop the plate from falling, right?
Yeah.
And like it's in the middle of trying to stop it, and then Aerith is kind of like,
let's make sure to save everybody.
Yeah, let's do what we can, you know? And she's like, "What the fuck? We're trying to stop it." You know,
there's two more of that. I mentioned it last week, but it didn't really hit me until now. And it's like when they get to Aerith's house, she's been so familiar with him that Cloud snaps at her and says, "Stop acting like you know me."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the second one is that when Tifa turns to when the plate's getting all, they're at the foot of the plate and Wedge is like being tended by Cloud. Tifa's like, "I got to get up there. Aerith, will you please?" And then Aerith finishes her sentence and says, "Get Marlene at the bar, right?"
Exactly. And the only way she could have known that was when when you guys are in the train graveyard, and then
it's like a brief
Tifa has a little. It's a vision. She has a vision of a child that's Marlene in the ghost house, right? But you're like, so if you wanted to, you could be like, "Oh yeah, sure. Aerith is just listening to the live stream and it's telling her about this." But it's like, no, she knew exactly what to do and where to get it, right? And secondly, she literally, when she runs into, there's a line I want to say where she goes, "Oh, your dad," or something like that, and she goes, "Oh, you mean Barrett?" and she refers to Barrett like knowing exactly about his. She drops his name when his name has never been dropped to her.
I believe so. Yeah. I would have to go back through the footage, but I'll probably do it on hard mode, or somebody will confirm at some point down the line. Don't confirm to me near future, guys. But you remember the very first cutscene? Cloud can't see the beings at all, and Aerith is being attacked by them.
Yes, they're invisible.
Like when you meet her,
and then
the instant she touches him,
then they become visible.
He can see them.
So the instant she touches Marlene, she knows things as well.
Jesse and Biggs can't see them.
No, they can't.
Like there is a hard distinction on people who can see them and who can't.
And he actually asks about them. Hey, guys, have you ever fought invisible enemies?
And they go, "No, man."
What?
I bet if you went through the cutscenes, you would be able to find, like, oh no, because Jesse touches Cloud. I bet there is like a touch transference thing going on where you have to have like literally run into Aerith at some point.
Here's I don't know. It might just be direct with her if that is a thing, but your team is fighting them as a group, right? When they come around the second time.
Oh, that's right. Jesse and Biggs, and they can see them. So does that mean Reno and Rude can see them? Because they didn't act like they did. They ran right through them.
You definitely again, you definitely have the crew fighting them as Avalanche. So it's like, it might not be a like what the touch transference thing or whatever. Who knows? It might just be, based on Cloud entirely. But either way, that's what we're getting there.
There's some suspicious shit happening in this remake. And I am fascinated to see, because like Wedge being alive is wrong. I don't mean like it's bad, I mean like it's incorrect. And you finding deep ground and busting into deep ground like a decade before it turns on is also wrong. So
they're fighting fate, dude.
Yeah, but
they're fighting fate.
Like, you know what that means? It means Gact. It means Gact will appear.
Is he the ghosts?
Oh god, that would be really bad. No, the ghost. I'm going to. I think the very first guess I had, I'm going to stick with it, which was these are timeline equivalents of weapon, which is like stop it. No, really stop it.
It's a chord. It's G-Man.
Yeah.
It's the beings from beyond. Yeah.
I really wonder. And this is like put my fucking crazy tinfoil hat on. If it has anything to do with the way that the original game ends. Do you remember the last thing that you see in the original FF7?
Thousands of years in the future, Red 13.
No, not that. That's the post ending. I'm talking about the ending where Meteor hits Holy. The last thing you see is Aerith in the slums looking at that pipe.
Oh, okay. So you think it's the start of that?
Like, is this like a 2-year-long Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
Because that would be nuts.
It would be very weird if that's what was happening. But all signs point to this clearly being not the first time through these events. So the only question is, under what circumstances are they being replayed? Yeah. So then you get the other bits that are just like, elaborations of these moments. Corneo's mansion, wall market.
Like, it's all good. It's all great.
Fantastic. Corneo is a huge piece of shit.
I love how he got away. Leslie sucks, dude.
So here's the thing, actually. Leslie is like, I don't Leslie's okay, but the problem is that even though they throw him this kind of like, here's his motivation moment, you're like, yeah, but you sat there at the door and you sold girls in. You tried to talk him
for
away
6 months afterwards.
So you totally were an accomplice, bro. Like, I get it. You have a tragic backstory, but you are 100% hands red guilty. And before you forget, before you give this pretty boy with a cool haircut the benefit of the doubt.
You mean off-brand Noctis?
Don't forget that he also grabs Tifa and Aerith, and he walks into the thug room, and he goes, "Here you go, boys. Courtesy of the Dawn. Don't say he never does nothing for you."
And he later comes back with their gear
because Andreas tells him to.
That's a coin toss, man. That's like that.
He hands them over, and then he comes back and goes, "By the way, check it out. Here's your Buster Sword and shit."
And it's like, I'm sure people be like, "Oh, he knew they'd be fine." And I'm like, I didn't know they'd be fine.
Yeah.
So him and Kyrie, aka Marie 2.0.
Oh my god.
Are book characters.
Are they? They pre-existed?
Yes.
Okay.
They are from a FF7 official novella called The Kids Aren't All Right.
Because I had I have a thing here where I want to talk about the new characters.
There are not as many actually new characters as you think.
Okay.
Madam M, Choco Sam, and Andrea are definitely new.
Yes. But here's the thing. Of the list of characters that weren't in the original game, I'll say that much, right? Most of them are great.
Yeah.
Most of them are great.
Like, even though Leslie sucks, I enjoy his presence in the game.
Yes. And you know, Oates is, you're not an annoying kid. I like the way Oates talks. He talks
You're actually
like
a weirdly capable kid.
He talks like a capable child. He has a moment where he tells Barrett to fuck off.
Yeah.
But Oates is like, yeah, you're all right, kid. You know, like you're taking.
Moogle kid's insane.
Moogle kid's nuts. But Oates takes care of him as you would the Lost Boys. You know.
You know what I see when I look at Poochie 2.0? First of all,
I want to get there.
Oh, okay.
Because
okay, sorry.
Okay. No, you know what? Fine. No. Let's go. Because
one, I'm astonished at how similar the design is to Marie. That is an incredibly specific style.
It's so close.
So crazy. Blue hat, black and white stockings,
gloves,
it's
pins on the
crazy.
hat. She's Pooch. She's pure Poochie. It's wild.
Poochie time. But you know what she actually is?
Awful and annoying and the worst.
Yuffie doesn't fit in this part of the game.
Why would Yuffie be here? You think Yuffie's not going to be that annoying?
Dude.
Is she?
Yuffie was the dumb kid who just stole from you all the time.
Okay. The shitty thief part of it, right? Yes. But the part where she starts out being like, fuck Avalanche, they're full of shit.
It's literally just a hustle.
And then she's like, pay me my gil. And I'm like, oh, this girl is the worst.
It's literally just a hustle, bro.
Of course it is.
Yuffie is totally going to be just like that.
She's Kyrie, I almost said Marie. Kyrie is extraordinarily hateable.
Oh, yeah.
I despise her.
But she's got a cute hat.
And she's standing near the flowers, and I bet you anyone that's an Aerith mark is like, how dare you stand near those flowers?
Yeah, that was a weird decision to put her in there.
How dare you?
Man, Andrea, dude, Andrea's the shit.
He's the best. Yeah, he's great.
He's the best.
Did you get those pull-ups?
It's I got them, and apparently that is the hardest thing to do in the game.
Yes.
Because
took me a couple tries.
It took me a while.
Took me a couple tries.
That dude's a pull-up monster.
Yeah. I read a single piece of advice that helped a lot, which was every time your muscles get stuck, press the button exactly 5 times. And that changed it for me.
Okay.
But yeah, fucking wild. So of the new characters, right? So here's the thing. Now I talked about fucking Poochie's awful. I hate her. Rosh is a dweeb. Fuck him.
Dude, he's never coming back. I can feel it. He was added to
He's
fill
gone
out
forever?
that sequence. Yeah, I'm so sure.
Oh my god, he might never come back. It's true. They're gonna no. He's gonna show up in some form. He's gonna rear his dumb head in one way or another and get something anticlimactic.
Like the right place to put him would be in the bike chase out.
I was good. Yes, exactly. That's where you actually bring it to a close, right? I was going to say, yo, so this Johnny character, and then
oh, you're dumb, man.
Fuck me.
He was super there.
I know, and I saw it, and I went, oh shit, this fucking red-haired guy that's like, I'm gonna go stake it out on my own. Yeah, they just fleshed him out.
A lot. Well,
because he
got tons.
But I was gonna say he wasn't a character before. He was a named NPC, right? With like, does he have anything besides that?
No, he shows up in Wall Market,
and that's about it. Yeah. So like,
gotta stretch it, bro.
Dude, going off the memory. I definitely am like, who the fuck is this? And it's like, oh my god, there he is. He totally wasn't the original. That's crazy. His dad is a fucking sleaze. He's going after him. Here's what's fucked, right? You run into him and he's all like, oh yeah, my Tifa, whatever. And he's like, okay, I got my wallet stolen. Thanks for getting my wallet back. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go do stuff. And I'm like, didn't your mom just die?
Nah, she's fine.
And then because there was a weird moment where I didn't realize how many people survived, and they didn't say that line yet. So the plate drops.
Tons.
The plate drops. People get out, and I assume that like 10% of the people made it out, right?
No, it's clearly
humongous,
way more.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Like most of the sector.
But that line that says that, there's a point in time where you don't know that, and I'm like,
yeah,
these people standing at the park are it, and the people in the fucking tunnel are it, and outside of the survivors in the rubble, everyone's fucking flattened. And then it's like, nah,
so
it's not enough for it to be a tragedy.
So when now that it's a full game, you actually see the entirety of the Sector 7 slums. There's maybe 200 people that live there, right?
Game scale. Game scale.
Sure, but in the cutscenes that you see a ton of people running out.
Yes.
Like
droves.
Hundreds.
And you're walking by some people that are like, huh? What's going on? Where's everybody going?
And even people that you would have assumed to have been pancaked, you run into.
Yes. You run into Betty.
It's very clear that like the vast majority of people got out.
So that feels almost like you're robbing an emotional spike from the original game in the form of like, this is supposed to make you want to burn Shinra to the ground harder than ever before.
Well, here's the thing, though. They still attempted it.
Yes, they still did. I know.
Whether or not they succeeded.
I know, totally. In the same way that Avalanche still thought they did it, even though they didn't, right?
Okay. So we need to... Well, okay. If we're going to talk about the plate falling, nothing else matters other than what I'm going to bring up. So Nomura said that new players, it would be very good to start on the remake as your first experience with FF7. Okay, we now know that to be a total lie.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. Absolutely.
But never before was it more obvious about how much of a lie that was. In the most tragic, like city destructive loss of life thing that could ever happen in this game is happening. And the city and all the 9/11s are falling on each other and they're burning. And we cut to Shinra HQ.
Oh, God.
And Shinra Man is like getting a boner. And he's like, oh, those people are dead.
Yes.
And then we pan down to a
fucking
1.5 foot tall robotic stuffed cat with a crown run out and go, no! Ah! And then it cuts back to Tifa, Barrett, and Cloud swinging on the wire. People who don't know are going to be so fucking confused.
Who's the sad cat? Why is sad cat sad?
It's so fucking weird. It makes no sense.
Okay, now...
And I was talking to Paige about it, and she put together something that I didn't realize. And her assumption is that is like 10 minutes after Kate Sith or whatever has been completed, and he was on his way to stop the plate, but was like a half hour too late.
Now,
which is why he's like running out and he sees it burning and it's like, oh fuck, it's terrible.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, is he not controlling it to make it look sad and fall over and do that?
Yes, that is like a VR robot machine.
A robot is falling over and going, no.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I mean, you want to talk about characters showing up early. Dude, Kate Sith shows up at the very first time after you like fall into the desert underneath the gold saucer.
Yeah, it's
he
crazy
was
late.
way out there.
Yeah. So that's a wild cut. That's like, that is not for any. It's not a big one, but it's not for anybody.
It's so weird. It's so baffling.
Mm-hmm. That being said, though, there is absolutely going to be a ton of people playing this as their first time touching FF7. So there's just no way to avoid that.
And I'm going to assume hitting the ending and going, what?
So whatever, we'll see. Okay. What I wanted to talk about, though, well, not but like as we're going through them, I'm like, so Oates is great, Miss Folia is great.
She's all right.
Caught her in the Wall Market.
What? What did you say?
Did you catch her in Wall Market?
I did.
Okay.
She's got a dance for the orphans.
Becky, a little bit of Becky going on there.
A little bit, yeah.
Mireille, cool.
Which one's the Mireille?
Kyrie's grandma, the angel of the slums.
The angel of the slums.
Rad old lady.
Kept secret in the universe.
Yeah, duh. From the jump. The moment the quest started and a random lady with a character design was like, they say the angel of the slums. All right.
It's
All right.
That's the lady.
How long is it? How many hours is this going to take? 35?
A long time.
35,
a long time, actually. Wow.
Yeah, it's like that. So I heard about how FF7, wow, FF13 takes 20 hours to open up.
That's right.
Technically, this game takes 35 hours to open up. Technically,
that's funny,
right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so Madam M, Andreas, Chocobo Sam, all cool. You know what? Marl, awesome landlady.
Nice little reference.
I like these new characters. I think they're all they're solid.
I think there's an incredibly obvious distinction between what I'm going to call real content, which is remade shit, expanded content, which I'm going to say Johnny, Marl, Chocobo Sam, etc., and filler, which is most of the side content, which is like almost laughable.
Rosh and Kyrie go into the fuck these kids pile.
Yeah.
And then there's just question mark Chadley.
Yet again. Chadley is like a weird mutant from another game, just transplanted in.
Please tell me you talked to him while the plates were falling.
I don't remember.
If you find Chadley while the plates are falling, right when you get back to Sector 5, and you're like, hey, bro, what do you have to say? And Chadley's just standing there, as usual, on the street corner like some kind of hussy. And Chadley's just like, in these trying times, I do hope that our materia quest can come to fruition so I can aid you to take down Shinra. I look forward to your battle research investigations. I'm like, you fucking weirdo. Why are you so weird?
There's so much about him that's baffling. Like, even with the way he says that, like, I've discovered a new materia, it's like you're channeling like Ignis and the recipe shit. Like, but it's not quite as boisterous.
No, because it's not quite the same. It's because it's like there's love coming into that recipe. Whereas I discovered a new materia is robotic. Did you talk to him in the dress?
Yes.
What are these emotions I am feeling?
I think I did anyway.
I am processing a strange emotion.
Yeah, he's a weirdo, dude. What can I say? Hey, let me ask you, who did you get for your affinity scene? Wooly?
Yeah?
Who did you get for your affinity scene?
Affinity scene.
So in the original FF7, there's a secret like tally between Aerith, Tifa, and Barrett and Cloud.
That's for the date, right?
That determines the date.
Yeah.
Here, that determines who you sneak out of the house in the middle of the night to talk to in the flower field.
Oh, that's variable.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So they did that early in this game.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Well, you bet your ass it was Tifa because.
Yes.
Okay, but guess what though? You want to know what the most obvious point tally system there was? Everybody falls.
Which of them do you pick up first?
Who do you
floor?
2 bodies on the ground, unconscious. Who you gonna check on first?
No hesitation. Absolutely none.
And now we're gonna talk mad shit about the one that's unconscious together.
Oh man, she's such a dumb broad. Oh my god, I can't believe it. It's fucking
yeah, instantly. You instantly go pick up Tifa on that. No question. You know. So yeah, I thought that was dedicated. So wait, that scene plays out how?
I don't know.
Your alternative is Barrett.
Or Aerith, apparently.
Isn't she gone at the time?
Yes. So the answer of I don't know is pointed. I don't know.
Weird. Okay. I mean, there's also the small questioning moments of like, you know, do you answer these questions with answer A or B?
Yeah. When you went to Wall Market, what quests did you do to get the dress?
I mean, all of the green.
What were they? Was the clothes maker getting the magazine back and healing people from the pharmacy?
Oh my god.
So the reason I asked, because you know how Choco Sam asks you to flip a coin?
Yes, I did that.
If you choose heads or tails, you lose, and you get a certain set of quests. And if you choose no deal, you get a different set of quests.
I chose no deal.
Okay, so did your dress have a tiara?
I don't remember.
Because there's a bunch of different dresses that you can get for all the different characters.
Okay, I didn't know that. No, I chose no deal. And then when it was to go talk to the big 3, I was about to go into one, and I realized that one of them had Johnny outside. And I was like, oh, wait, let me go find Johnny and do the one where he's outside.
Yeah.
Because he stands near a certain one of them. And then
because they can all wear different dresses.
Oh. Interesting, based on how you do the quests.
And the Aerith's dress is based on how many of the Sector 5 quests you complete, I think.
What about the pigtails? Can you get the pigtails?
I feel like I had them.
I didn't have pigtails. I just had the...
Let me go back and check.
I had like looked like a cloud mullet.
Cloud mullet?
It was long hair going in the back, but cloud hair up front. And I was
tough for me to find
because I was expecting the spiky hair up front and then pigtails kind of look from the original, but it just ended up being long. I don't know if there's multiple styles.
I'm trying to find it in my footage. This is gonna take too long.
Okay, well anyway, I'm surprised to hear there's that level of variability. Anyways,
yeah. So when you play it on hard mode, you can fucking go and do different shit.
What kind of hand massage did you get?
I totally got little pigtails on either side of Cloud.
Really?
Yeah. I can. Fuck it. I'll send you the fucking.
I did not get pigtails at all. That's interesting.
Yeah. Hold on. I got a timestamp I can send to you. You can just. Yeah. I'll take a fucking screenshot.
Sure.
Take a fucking.
What kind of massage did you get?
I got a cheap one and an expensive one.
Oh, you reloaded?
I reloaded, yeah.
What's the difference?
Here's the screenshot of the Cloud that I got.
Okay. Oh, that's completely different.
Yeah.
This is a completely different Cloud from the one I got.
Isn't that nuts?
That's crazy. My Cloud is wearing a completely different dress and a completely different hairstyle, and I don't have a thing on my hair. Yeah. Mine was top to bottom, not the same at all.
Cool.
How'd you do on the rhythm game?
I took the practice 3-4 times till I got a perfect, because you get a music track out of it. And then I did, I think I got like mostly perfects with like 2 bads in the final. I got
all perfects except for 1 great in the final, and I got the music track. Yeah, that was good. I was gonna ask about the shit. It was right before that.
The boss.
No.
All right, fuck it. You can't remember. Hey, how about turning the weirdest enemies that FF7 ever had into giant set piece boss fights?
Fuck that. So that's rad, and I love when you're down.
Hell House, man.
So like you were talking about, oh my god, Hell House better show up. Hell House better show up. And like,
it's a boss fight.
Not only does Hell House show up, they give it the most fucking fanfare you've ever imagined.
You get a bunch of people going, "What? It's a house."
They build up Hell House so crazy. It's so fucking sick. Yeah. Like, it gets this and like it has modes that you have to work. Like, there's a whole thing to it.
It's one of the most complex bosses I fought in the whole game,
for sure. And then you fucking take it out with this big fancy kill, and then the whole crowd goes ba da 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 da.
It's like, okay, yeah. I'm excited to fight the ghost ship and like the Triceratops with the wheels. If they're gonna treat Hell House this way.
Battle Coliseum music, banger track.
Oh, dude, the music's all incredible.
Right, there's the, like when you're just hanging out in the fucking back room.
There's so many remixes of the battle theme in this game.
Yes, that was so satisfying. So you're gonna hear this for hours. You might as well go through a couple versions of it. You go into that basement, and then like you hear loud yelling from far away, and it's like, "Hey, what's up, Behemoth? How you doing?"
What's up? You can't. You're a proto weirdo Behemoth, so you can't do Ecliptic Meteor like you're supposed to.
But it can totally do a counter spell.
But you can do a counter spell, and you can also shake the rocks from the ceiling and try and crush us with a kind of baby's proto meteor.
Those fights feel great. Those are the fights that feel like, oh, we're doing it. This is like those fights where you're fighting like Behemoth or where you're fighting Abzu. It's almost like this is how it looked, you know? And there's a couple of moments where like you pull up the ATB meter and like Tifa is mid fucking roundhouse kick in midair, and I'm just like, oh,
it's good stuff.
Yes.
So let me ask you, and I kind of want to finish on this because I gotta get it. I'm starving, dude.
Yeah.
But how much of a feeling do you get that the next one's going to be a lot sooner than this one took out? Because there is so much like prep work being made for features that are barely used. Here's a fast travel system that can only bring you to like 6 locations. Here's enemy skill, in which there are only 4 enemy skills in the game.
And I picked up one by mistake, and I missed the other one because I didn't realize you have to actively be controlling the character that's using enemy skill. There are more materia than you can actually fucking use to kit yourself out with going through this game. Like, when are you going to use fucking bio? Like, who's doing that, you know?
Bio actually works on pretty much everybody, so it's fine.
I've been just doing elemental resistances, you know?
Well, that works too. But like and you only get 12 magic materia total in the whole game. And it's just like the level cap is 50. It's just like this, a lot of this feels like setup. Like there are these,
the groundwork has been laid,
mechanics that are used like once.
How about this?
Ever.
How about this? How many limit breaks do the characters get?
2.
So far, Cloud has 2. You know,
2. They get 2, and guess what? Some of them are their old final limits. Barrett gets Catastrophe as his level 2.
Okay, so have you grabbed those already?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I didn't grab them yet.
You go to the fucking battle arena and win the solo fights.
Okay.
And also Aerith's is only available in the when you leave the arena for the first time. You have to immediately turn back around and go back in with her. And if you don't, you have to do it in post game.
You don't get to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she's never in your party in that area again.
Right. So all that to say that you basically like you're seeing you get these 2 and you're just like, yeah, so all the rest are the rest of the journey, you know? The groundwork has been laid here. Why would you be walking out of Midgar with 7 limit breaks?
So you know what I really, really, really like about the level cap being 50? 50 is the exact level of power that Flashback Sephiroth had.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Sephiroth is level 50 with maxed out fire, lightning, and ice.
Okay.
Which is what my Cloud pretty much looks like right now. And it's also way stronger than how you left Midgar in the first game.
Well, yeah.
I sure as fuck wasn't in my level 30s when I left Midgar back in the day. Or maybe I was. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, that game's good. I'm very excited to talk to you about it next week. Which I would feel is an understatement.
Last thing I'm gonna say is you cannot say that they do not know exactly what they're doing. The deliberateness of the subtitle that appears the first time what's his name, a little green fucker comes out with the knife. Tonberry comes out. Is this the face of mercy? Like, I think the subtitle's like, oh, you're really in for it now, or something, where it's just like, oh, this is made for memes. You frame the shot of him walking with the knife forward and them saying something like that for the internet. This is made for Twitter.
Tonberry is an incredible enemy. I love Tonberries. And this game totally did it justice because it could barely move. And then it just taps you, and your character just dies. Fight with caution. I think it hits you for more health than you can even reach.
Yeah. You know, if not for the laws of this land, I would have slaughtered you.
Yeah.
It's the starter pack with Kirby with the knife. All right.
Yeah, Tonberry's the shit. All right, FF7 good.
FF7 great. And more final thoughts later. And yeah, definitely there's a couple of other things that you know I touched on or that I wanted to touch on. But yeah, we'll talk about all that later.
Yeah, we'll have a bigger part of next week be FF7. I assume
it feels weird seeing the energy of tragedy be deflected. You know, be deflected and
But to be fair, you've got a lot of that you got that tragedy earlier in the game because the Mako reactor explosion is way more damaging.
This is true. But you're supposed to feel that robbed from you when you see a sword in that fucker's back.
Yeah, well, luckily enough, I don't. Since I had to re-record that part, that is the most depressing part of like most games that I played in a long time, because you get Jesse and Biggs dead. You assume that Wedge is dead. Then you go get you get Aerith captured. Then Sephiroth taunts you. Then you go get to talk to Elmira, and she recounts to you about Aerith's mom and her husband dead. And it's within like 45 minutes. It's so depressing.
People hate Wutai.
Oh, I'm damn Wutais. All right, I gotta get out of here.
Okay, see you guys.
Y'all have a good whatever. You want a last thing?